Good morning, everybody. It's John Bolton's house. The FBI is there right now. They are at John Bolton's house. John Bolton, formerly Trump's national security advisor, became a frequent public Trump critic, and the FBI is at his house conducting a search this morning, conducting a raid. Is this legitimate law enforcement activity? Is it weaponized justice? I can't tell you, but the FBI is still at the home of John Bolton, the former Trump national security advisor and frequent Trump public critic, John Bolton. Reports, unconfirmed reports, say that this was a court-authorized national security related raid about classified information. That's what these unconfirmed reports say, that it's about classified information and possible mishandling of classified information. So again, you're looking at a live shot. This is, they are there right now. I just saw on the feed somebody from the FBI there. We are looking at this live shot, and we're waiting for an official announcement. There was a cryptic post by Kash Patel, the director of the FBI this morning, which I'll show you, which supposedly was about this, but it was cryptic. It was not very clear. So, oh, hold on a second. I'm getting a drone alert. Or I'm getting some kind of alert, a rocket and drone alert for Israel, so I'll have to keep you updated on that. Once in a while that happens, but I'll keep an eye on that. Waiting to get you more official information on this. Regarding the, hold on a second here. Regarding the drone alert, I'm seeing on Red Alert there's a drone alert in Bnei Netzrayim and Naveh in Israel. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, I'll check on that and give you updates when I get it. But yeah, the IDF posted about it. So I will update you on that. Okay. So let's talk about this. Let me show you the Kash Patel post from this morning about this, presumably about this. So Kash Patel posted.
That first car had lights on earlier, and I think the 4 cars in the driveway here are, part of the search warrant.
Hold on. Here is what Kash Patel posted at 7:03 a.m. He said, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission." John Bolton was the national security advisor for President Trump for over a year in 2018 and 2019. He then became a frequent critic of Trump in his book and also in public appearances. Also, just this morning, and I think it may have been a pre-scheduled post, John Bolton just this morning on his X account posted a critical post about Trump this morning. Again, my guess is that it was pre-arranged, pre-scheduled. I'll show you that too. Let me show you the John Bolton. Let me show you the John Bolton post from this morning. But again, my guess is that this was a pre-scheduled post. Here is the John Bolton post, but just as an example of some of his criticism. This is just this morning. John Bolton posted, "Russia has not changed its goal, drag Ukraine into a new Russian empire. Moscow has demanded that Ukraine cede territory it already holds and the remainder of Donetsk, which it has been unable to conquer. Zelensky will never do so. Meanwhile, meetings will continue because Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, but I don't see these talks making any progress. Now that was posted after the raid began, which makes me think it was a pre-scheduled post. But that's just from this morning. All right, so we are covering this live. Let me read you some reporting on this. By the way, you're looking live at John Bolton's house. The FBI is there. Again, is this legitimate, target neutral law enforcement activity? Is this targeted law enforcement activity? That I cannot tell you. Our viewer Koozie Tunes, thank you, says, are you going to cover Trump's announcement at 12? President Trump has an announcement scheduled for 12. It is a regular occurrence. There are regularly President Trump announcements scheduled. Some of them end up being more important than others. I've seen both versions. So if I believe that Trump's announcement at 12 will have the importance of a story that we normally cover on this channel, then I will cover it. If I get word that it's something that's less important, like suppose it was some sort of an update about the ballroom, I don't know that I'd cover that. So it just depends on what it's about and what I hear about it in advance. But I would not read into the fact that President Trump has an announcement scheduled at noon that it is some huge announcement, because that actually regularly happens, and sometimes it's more important and sometimes it's less important. Thank you to, and it might be related to this. For all I know, it's related to this. I don't know. Thank you, Koozie Tunes. And also thanks to Vanessa for your support. And also thanks to our moderators. Janet B is moderating right now over on YouTube. Thank you. And Kay Lowry Body is there on Facebook moderating. Thank you, Kay. Thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us on X. And thanks also to our Twitch moderators as well. And thanks so much to Heavenly Intervention. Heavenly Intervention says 354 Russian rubles on Putin ordering Trump to get Bolton as a precondition for peace talks. Do you think Putin wants to get Bolton? Is that your theory? Heavenly Interventions? Thanks so much for your support. Heavenly Intervention, sorry. Oops, I had an alarm on here. All right, so I'm going to read you a little bit about this as we look live at the home of John Bolton. This is where the FBI is. They're still there. You might see some of the FBI agents in this live shot from Reuters. Let me just see something here. Hold on. Jerome Powell is making a speech today as well. That's a pre-scheduled speech, by the way, but that's something else going on. So Associated Press reports the FBI is searching the Maryland home and Washington office. Oh, AP says they're searching his home and office. Whoa, okay. So AP reports that his home and his office are being searched. I just saw that. Let me post that. AP. FBI is searching both the home and office of John Bolton. The Maryland home and Washington, D.C. office. So again, they're searching both his home and his office. Two different places. AP reports that the FBI is searching the Maryland home and Washington office of John Bolton, who served in President Trump's first administration as National Security Advisor, but later became critical of the president. And AP reports this is as part of an investigation into the handling of classified information. Again, as part of an investigation into the handling of classified information. Bolton was not detained and has not been charged with any crimes, according to the AP source. After the search at Bolton's home started, he was spotted Friday morning standing in the lobby of the Washington building where he keeps an office and talking to two people with FBI visible on their vests. He left a few minutes later and appeared to have gone upstairs in the building. Agents were seen taking bags into the office building through a back entrance. Interesting. I'm going to post that too. So they are searching his own home and his office. Reportedly, agents have taken evidence bags into the home. Hold on, I just want to get this posted. Let's see here. AP says the searches at Bolton's home and office appear to be the most significant step the Justice Department has taken against a perceived enemy of the president, and they are likely to elicit fresh criticism that the Trump administration is using its law enforcement powers to go after Trump's foes. The searches of Bolton's home and office come as the Trump administration has taken steps to examine the activities of other critics, including by authorizing a grand jury investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. Messages left with a spokesperson for Bolton were not immediately returned, says AP, and a lawyer who has represented Bolton had no immediate comment. The White House did not comment and referred questions about the probe to the FBI. I wonder if there'll be an FBI press conference. My guess, I would guess, is that the FBI is going to have some sort of press conference about this, but I might be wrong. The Justice Department also had no comment, but leaders appeared to cryptically refer to the search of Bolton's home in a series of social media posts Friday morning. Oh, Pam Bondi also posted this morning, in addition to Kash Patel. Pam Bondi this morning said, where? Oh, I guess I'm not. I don't see it on her. Maybe she just released a statement. No, wait. Maybe I don't see it on her. Now, why am I hearing two of myself? Maybe she just released a statement. I shouldn't be hearing two of myself. Where's that coming from? Maybe I don't see it on her. Now, why am I hearing two of myself? Maybe she just released a statement. I gotta fix this. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this. No, wait. Hearing two of myself. Where's that coming from? Maybe I don't see it on her. Now, why am I hearing two of myself? Maybe she just released a statement. I gotta fix this. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this. No, wait. Hearing two of myself. Where's that coming from? I need to figure out where this is coming from. Oh, I got it. It somehow opened up on my desktop. How did that happen? How did that happen? I see. I got it fixed. That was really weird. Okay, we're back. That could have ended up bad. Okay, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think you can hear me now. All right, now let's get the audio back up on the house. Here we go. We're back. We're back. That was really strange. Okay, here is Pam Bondi's post. Here is what the attorney, here are the two posts by the Attorney General and the FBI Director, both kind of vague, but seeming to be about this. So Kash Patel, FBI Director, said no one is above the law, FBI agents on a mission. And Attorney General Pam Bondi said America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will always be pursued always. Oh, hold on. We see the FBI. Look, it's FBI. Breaking news. It's the FBI. You can see them at the house. A guy's wearing the FBI jacket. Oh, my gosh. FBI on the screen. I told you they were still there. It's FBI at John Bolton's house. Look at this. They're there right now. They're at his house. There it is, FBI, guys. Wow. He's going back in. The FBI's going back in. They're at the house. This raid has been going on for at least 2 hours, from my understanding. At least according to the reporting. I was showing you there's been no official announcement from the Trump administration, but there have been these posts where FBI Director Kash Patel said no one is above the law, FBI agents on mission. And Pam Bondi, Attorney General, said America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued always. Dave Wilson points out that the Jerome Powell speech is supposed to be at 10 a.m. Again, Jerome Powell is speaking, but that's not like a sudden thing. He was scheduled to speak before the Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium. But he's speaking on the economic outlook, so it's going to be a widely watched speech. Maybe we'll watch some of that. Dave Wilson thinks that it makes sense that Trump would speak after Powell. Well, Trump is going to do an announcement at noon. I don't know what it's going to be about. It could be about this, it could be about Powell, it could be about something else. So we haven't heard yet what Trump's announcement is about. Hey, Dave Wilson, thanks so much, and thanks for pointing that out. Maybe we'll show some of the Powell speech. Thanks also to Cruella for your support. Thank you, Cruella. Again, the FBI is currently in the home of former Trump National Security Advisor and frequent Trump critic John Bolton. They have also searched his office this morning in Washington, D.C. We have no official announcement about this from the Trump administration. Reports say it's related to classified documents, classified information. Reports say it was authorized by a court, so I would assume that means the FBI goes to a judge and requests approval to do it. And we are bringing you live breaking news coverage. AP posts, in the AP story about this, they say the FBI Director Kash Patel, in a 2023 book he wrote, included Bolton in a list of members of the executive branch deep state. AP writes that the Justice Department is also conducting mortgage fraud investigations into Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California and New York Attorney General Letitia James, who brought a civil fraud lawsuit against Trump and his company, and ex-Trump prosecutor Jack Smith faces an investigation from an independent watchdog office. Schiff and James have vigorously denied any wrongdoing. AP says in an ABC interview earlier this month, Bolton was asked about whether he was worried about the Trump administration taking action against him. Bolton said Trump had already come after him by taking away his security detail, and he added, "I think it's a retribution presidency." He said that a month ago. Bolton served as Trump's third national security advisor for 17 months and clashed with Trump over Iran, Afghanistan, and North Korea. Bolton faced scrutiny during the first Trump administration over a book he wrote about his time in government that officials argued disclosed classified information. The Justice Department in 2021 in the Biden administration abandoned its lawsuit and dropped a separate grand jury investigation. Bolton's lawyers have said he moved forward with the book after a White House National Security Council official, with whom Bolton had worked for months, said the manuscript no longer contained classified information. On his first day back in office this year, Trump removed the security clearances of more than 4 dozen former intelligence officials, including Bolton. Bolton was also among a group of former Trump officials whose security details were canceled by Trump earlier this year. Bolton's scathing book, The Room Where It Happened, portrayed Trump as grossly ill-informed about foreign policy and said Trump saw conspiracies behind rocks and remained stunningly uninformed on how to run the White House, let alone the huge federal government. That's a quote from Bolton's book. Trump responded by slamming Bolton as a crazy warmonger who would have led the country into World War VI. Bolton also served as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations under President George W. Bush and also held positions in the Reagan administration. So again, the FBI is right now at the home of John Bolton. We just saw an FBI agent there. Oh, hold on. Hang on, the camera's moving. What are we looking at? Why is the camera moving? We got bags. Breaking news! The FBI, they're bringing in boxes and bags. Look, the FBI is literally bringing in boxes and bags. I mean, look at this. It is the FBI, and they have boxes and bags. You just saw it. It's live. The people with FBI jackets are walking in with boxes and bags. Or are there any bags? Is it just boxes? Maybe it's just boxes. Okay, I think it's just boxes. Was there a bag? I'm sorry if I made a mistake. Did we see a bag? We definitely saw boxes of different types. Oh, the FBI is walking in. Maybe we just saw boxes. Some of them weren't even constructed yet, the boxes. Did they just go get more? Look at the boxes. The FBI is bringing boxes into John Bolton's house. Some of them had not even been put together yet. Oh my gosh. I have to rewind and see on my stream whether there were bags there too. Hang on. Gotta replay my own stream for myself. I'm going to replay that for you. That's what I'm going to do. No, it's all boxes. It's not bags. Sorry. The FBI, this is a live shot. They're literally in his home. They're talking. They just brought a bunch of boxes in. Look at this. Wow. This is quite the scene here. Live video. FBI at John Bolton's house. Okay, the guys who brought the boxes, or the people who brought the boxes, are walking away now. There they are. Where are they going now? They are going. They're walking away. Are they going to get more boxes? Where did they come from? They just walked down the street. I guess maybe they're parked down the street. Look at this. Guys, FBI. Why couldn't they park closer? Maybe there was nowhere to park. Uh-oh, what's happening now? He's saying stop so we can cross. Stops. Look at all the cars there. Look at the press. Look at the sirens. Oh my gosh. This is a multiple-hour raid ongoing at John Bolton's house. All right, let's just look at this from moments ago. I want to just show you them walking in from moments ago. I need to hold on. I think it might be time for a replay where we get to see the boxes being brought in. Let me replay this for you. I just need to get it on the screen here. Where is it? Okay, here is the replay. You ready for the replay? Hopefully this works. So I need to put up here. Where is the... Moments ago. Okay, here's the replay from moments ago. Watch this. Watch this. This was moments ago. Look at this. They have boxes. Some of them aren't even constructed. The guy's holding unconstructed boxes. This was moments ago, bringing the boxes into John Bolton's house. Look at this from moments ago at John Bolton's house. Oh, so many boxes. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's definitely 3 boxes there, and that guy has some unconstructed ones. Cruella says, how many do they need? I'm going to play that one more time. Then they go in. But let me show you that again. Here we go again. Look at this. Here comes the FBI with their boxes moments ago. Watch, you'll see it in a second. This was moments ago. Check it out right now. They're just walking in with their boxes. Look at all the boxes. One of our viewers said, what is the significance of the colored boxes? I don't know why some are white and some are brown. Ken Gold says they need way more. Well, reportedly they had brought in boxes earlier. So this is more boxes. Look at this. Hey, we got some boxes. Then they go in. Hello, FBI here. Oh, you brought the boxes. Thanks for the boxes. We got boxes for you. So that was moments ago. Let's get back to the live shot. Let's get back to the live shot now. Here's the live shot. Now we're back to live. There is the live shot. We'll see if they bring in any more boxes. Hey, thanks to CJ Lars for your support. Thanks to Debbie James for the gift membership. Teamy Lights Out for being a member. Harper Ann for being a member. R.A. Clark. R.A. Clark says Bolton was a key figure in the Iraq War debacle. That's what R.A. Clark says. Don't forget this is no innocent or clean man. That's what our viewer R.A. Clark said. Thanks, R.A., for your support. John Bolton. Lisa J., thanks for being a member. Debbie James, thanks for being a member. For what it's worth, Wikipedia says he was an advocate of the Iraq War as the director of the Project for the New American Century. That reportedly has nothing to do with what this is about. So, again, the FBI is raiding the home and office. The Maryland home, suburban DC, Bethesda, Maryland home, they're still there, of John Bolton, and the office in DC of John Bolton. No official statement yet from the Trump administration. He was Trump's national security advisor for 17 months. He afterwards became a frequent public critic of Trump. So, is this just the usual law enforcement activity? Is this non-targeted law enforcement activity, or is this targeted law enforcement activity? That I cannot tell you, but we are bringing you live coverage right now as the FBI is at his house. Why are they saying there she is? Somebody there? We'll see. Can keep out for Jerome Powell's speech too. Our viewer Zane Isaiah says the truth is in one of those boxes. Let me see if I can get you some more information here. This is happening right now. Thanks to our viewer Read the Freaking Comics, who says John Bolton is not a good person. Just because he's Donald Trump's critic doesn't change that. Read the Freaking Comics thinks he's not a good person. Our viewer Glimmer of Hope thinks it's obviously not targeted. Our viewer Chappie thinks it's targeted for sure. Yes, Bolton was Trump's national security advisor for 17 months. All right, hang on. I'm trying to find more information about this as we look at the live shot here. Oh, did Trump post about this on True Social since we came on? President Trump has not posted anything specific about this. He posted 3 times on True Social this morning, one about Washington, D.C., one about U.S. being the hottest country, and he also said, "Make America Great Again." I don't know that that's specifically about this. He has not specifically posted about this on his Truth Social. Oh, CNN reports, CNN's Elena Treen reports that the search stems from a now resumed investigation into whether he disclosed classified information in his 2020 book, a source says. So CNN is reporting that, John Bolton, after he was Trump's national security advisor, wrote a book that was very critical of Trump. And the Trump administration was investigating whether he disclosed classified information in the book. That's an investigation that was dropped by the Justice Department under the Biden administration. Again, CNN is reporting that the investigation from 2020 has been resumed, and these raids are related to the investigation about whether Bolton disclosed classified info in his 2020 book. Let me get you some more information here. By the way, there's a repair going on outside the studio today, so you might hear a little repair noise, which I can't do anything about. Okay, so Reuters says that, oh, that's not really much of a report. Reuters had a report about it. Hang on, let me get you a different report. This is a Reuters video. Okay, the Washington Post is reporting on this. The Washington Post says the search focused on whether Bolton illegally possessed or shared classified information. FBI agents today searched, they're still there, the Maryland home, and AP says the Washington, D.C. office as well, of former Trump administration National Security Advisor John Bolton as part of an investigation of whether he illegally possessed or shared classified information, according to two people familiar with the matter. The people said agents were executing a search warrant at his residence at Bolton's house in Montgomery County, which you're looking at. A spokesperson for the FBI said, the FBI is conducting court-authorized activity in the area. There is no threat to public safety. We have no further comment. Oh, I have a second camera too, I think. Oh no, I think I just have one camera for right now. Just one camera for right now. Yes, which is fine. We've been seeing some interesting things on this camera. Yes, they're at his home in, I don't know if they're still at his office or not. Look at this. We got cars, all those cars in the... Do any of those cars have FBI plates on them? Did we see this? We're seeing the scene there at the house. Look at this. Somebody just drove by with a Jail Trump Forever sign. Did you guys see that? I wonder if they're going to block off access to the street. They're in there right now. They're actually in there right now. Oh, yeah, I should mention, one of our viewers mentioned the drones. Let me just give you an update on that. The IDF said they intercepted them. Is that what happened? I'll have to look that up. Yes, the IDF said 23 minutes ago they intercepted an unmanned drone launched from Yemen. Okay, thanks for the update on that. Let me give you some more. By the way, thanks again to our moderators. We have Janet B. and Roberts May Queen moderating for us. over on YouTube. And Havasu Mom, thank you. We have I Got That Fire, Big Ball of Yarn, Sarah, thank you. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X. We're bringing you live coverage here. The FBI is in the house. We saw them bring boxes in a short while ago. We'll see what happens next at the House. Waiting for an official announcement from the government about this. No official announcement. I was reading you a report about this. Let me just keep reading you this report. Again, the Washington Post says that, hold on. The Post says that FBI agents today searched, and are still searching, by the way, the Maryland home of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton, as part of an investigation into whether he illegally possessed or shared classified information. The Post sources said agents were executing a search warrant at Bolton's residence. The FBI is conducting court-authorized activity in the area. There is no threat to public safety. We have no further comment, a spokesperson for the FBI said. The investigation makes Bolton the latest of Trump's political enemies to find themselves targeted by a Justice Department probe, says the Post. In recent months, federal investigators have launched criminal investigations into Trump critics, including New York Attorney General Letitia James, Senator Adam Schiff of California, and former FBI Director James Comey, and others. I'm not aware that any of them have had their home raided by the FBI. Bolton served in Trump's first term as his third national security advisor and has emerged as a staunch critic of the president in the years since he departed. Trump administration officials sought to block publication of a White House memoir Bolton wrote chronicling his nearly 2 years in the role, alleging it contained classified information. In late 2020, the Justice Department, under then Attorney General William Barr, opened a criminal investigation into whether Bolton could be prosecuted for criminally disclosing classified information. But that investigation was closed without charges in 2021 under President Biden's administration. And CNN is reporting that investigation from 2020 has now been reopened. Oh, the FBI! Hey guys, FBI coming out! Breaking news, FBI agents are coming out of the house. What are they doing? We just... What? The cameraman! Is the cameraman on a break? Oh no. Where's the cameraman? Get back to the camera. I hope he can get back and start panning around. Oh yes, great job by the cameraman. The cameraman is on it. Cameraman is on it. Oh, they're bringing in another box. What is this? What is the black box? They just brought in a black box. What just happened? They brought in, breaking news, they brought in a black box. They brought in a black box. Oh, we might have to replay that. We're going to have to replay that. We just saw them bring in a black box. All right, we're going to replay that moment. Hang on, replay coming. Replay coming. Let's look at this again. Oh my gosh. Moments ago, here it is. Here's the replay from moments ago. Watch this. Watch this. Here it comes. Oh my gosh, it's a black box. What is that? That looks like it's not just a cardboard box, is it? Let's watch this again. Huh. We're going to pause it. What is that? What is that box? What is that box that the FBI is bringing in? Is it a safe? Is it, it looks like a stronger box maybe than the cardboard boxes. One of the viewers says, looks like a document case. One of the viewers thought it looked like a firearm case. Look at this. It's lunch? Oh, Songbird thinks it's for like, it's a waterproof box. Maybe for phones or something. I don't know. Look at this. Wow. For a firearm? Some of our viewers think it's for firearms. This was moments ago. Look at this. Wow. We got it on replay for you guys. Wow. All right, so that happened. That happened. Earlier, that just happened. Now, earlier we saw them bringing in cardboard boxes, which I'll show you a replay of that too. I want to see a replay of the cardboard boxes being brought in. How long ago was that? All right, here's a replay from the cardboard boxes. This was also moments ago. Watch this. This was about 15 minutes ago. Look at that. Some of them are still folded up. And this is from about 15 minutes ago or so, when they brought in the cardboard boxes. Wow. All right, let's go back to the live shot. We'll watch them bring in the boxes, which was from about 15, 20 minutes ago. All right, so here, let's go back to the live. We'll get back to live. We're back to live. Ganja Girl says, I feel like a U-Haul is going to show up next. This raid has been going on for multiple hours, guys. They are still there. Multiple hours. Stifler's dad thinks the boxes have sniffer squirrels who find drugs? I don't know about that. Thank you, Stifler's dad. Uh-oh. What happened to our shot? What happened to our shot? All right, we might have to get a different shot. All right, hold on a second. Let me just make sure. I'm going to try to get you a different shot here. That's odd. Hold on a second. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I have a shot right here. I'm looking at it. I got to put a different shot on the screen for you guys. Wait a second. We will get you another shot. Jerome Powell's is going to speak. Give me 1 second. Give me one moment here. Let me just figure this out. How I'm going to do this. We'll get you your shot back from the scene. hold on. Hang on. Hang on. If I have to, I'll buy the other shot. By the way, Jerome Powell is going to speak shortly. So I'm hoping to have, well, we have footage of that. While I'm looking into that, here is a headline for you. Oh, Jerome Powell speaking. Hang on, Jerome Powell is speaking. Let me just put on Jerome Powell. A lot of people in economics and finance, people interested in the U.S. economy from around the world are interested in what Jerome Powell has to say today. So really quickly, just going to show you a little of what Jerome Powell is saying. Hold on, I got to get it on the screen for you. Wait a second. Let's see what Jerome Powell is saying. Here he is. It's Jerome Powell. But that's not Jerome Powell's house. That's not John Bolton's house. Wait a second. Oh, where's the volume?
Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective, and the labor market had cooled from its formerly overheated state. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. Over the subsequent 3 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, we recalibrated our policy stance, setting the stage for the labor market to remain in balance near maximum employment over the past year. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will be. Changes in trade and immigration policies are affecting both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report, released earlier this month, showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great...
All right, so if I can cut in here, I can't interpret everything he's saying myself, but I will tell you that a headline in the New York Times right now says, Powell sends strongest signal yet that interest rate cuts are coming. Okay, so they are saying that in this speech, he is saying he's not promising to reduce interest rates, but they think, the New York Times think, that this speech suggests that a cut is likely next month. Similarly, well, not similarly, but I'm looking at stock charts here, and NASDAQ stocks are up a bunch in the last, looks like the last few minutes. Yes, just in the last few minutes, NASDAQ is up, and the Russell 2000 is up, and S&P 500 is up. So it sounds like the general take on this is that, from what he's saying, it's suggesting that people are, I think, reading into this that an interest rate cut is on the way, which normally would make stocks go up. Yeah, the Washington Post reports that Jerome Powell said a slowing job market may warrant interest rate cuts in the future, but he warned that the Trump trade and immigration policies still threaten to push inflation higher. Their headline is, Powell says economy may warrant rate cuts but doesn't signal when. So seems like a lot of people are reading into this speech that rate cuts, at least a rate cut or rate cuts, are coming. Okay, I'm just giving you some reporting about this. And then the Wall Street Journal headline right now is, Powell highlights job market worries, opening path to rate cut. And they say that his remarks open the door for the Fed to cut rates as soon as next month. Okay. President Trump has been, just for months, highly critical of Powell for not cutting rates, interest rates. All right, so let's get back to I want to get back to the Bolton story. Now, what I'm trying to figure out here is, we got to get to the Bolton story. We're going to get back to the Bolton story now. Okay. By the way, in case you, all right, let me get rid of this. In case you haven't seen, the FBI searches home and office of ex-Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. Now, I want to get you a live shot back of this. That's what I need to do. So give me a second here. Let me just see if I have any update on this. All right, we're going to do this one. Okay, hang on a moment. I'm about to get you a different Bolton shot, courtesy of Associated Press. New Bolton shot on the way in a second, in a moment. Another Bolton shot coming. I'm getting it up on the screen right now for you. Just give me a moment. Hang on, I'm about to put the new Bolton shot up. I got it. I got it, I think. We want to get his house. Bolton House Live. Here it is. We have another shot from AP. I spent more money for you on the Bolton Live shot. Hang on, I'm putting it on the screen right now for you. There it is. There it is. This is John Bolton's house in Bethesda, Maryland. You're looking at it. The previous shot was from Reuters. This one is from AP. We have seen the FBI walking in and out of there during the stream. So we are back live from John Bolton's house. By the way, I owe a couple thank yous here. Let me just thank My Name Is, who said the White House press pool were in vans going somewhere. Oh, President Trump, I didn't have footage of it. He is visiting a museum exhibit about the White House. That's where he is right now. I don't have footage of that. The White House is not streaming it live, but President Trump is visiting a museum exhibit. So I don't have footage of that I can use, but I will let you know what I hear reported. He's speaking now at this museum exhibit. President Trump is supposed to do an announcement at noon. So I'm assuming we're going to be on the air for that. So we'll cover his announcement at noon, whatever that's about. Oh, hold on a second here. Did I get this shot? Let's see here. I got two cameras from, we have two shots now, two live shots from John Bolton's house. I just got a second camera. Hang on a moment here. Team coverage here. I got a shot from AFP as well. Hang on a moment. We're going to put this one up for you. But I assume that's where the press pool was going. Okay. Okay, second camera. Hold on, second camera coming up. There's two cameras. Let's see here. How to do this? There's too much to show. All right, let's put this one. Put this one down here. Oh, what's happening? The camera's moving around. Camera's moving around. I didn't have the volume up, by the way. Is there volume on this one? There should be. Oh, that was muted. Why did I have it muted? There we go. There we go. There we go. Look, oh, that's a nice shot right there. That's a good one. Now the other one I got to get on the screen is oh my gosh, we got two cameras. We got two cameras. Team coverage. Oopsie. Oh, all right. So let's talk about what's going on here. Also, I owe a thank you to, quick thanks to a couple people. Violet Rocks and Genealogist are new members. Thank you so much. My name is thank you. Simbex007, thank you. Simbex thinks he is super shady and says, I was referring to him going to Dubai or Qatar during Trump's first term. Uh-oh, what's happening here? Double camera coverage. Thanks to Beam Me Up. Beam Me Up says, where's Bolton? Bolton was spotted at his office earlier this morning when the FBI was there. I'll talk about that in a second. Eamon O'Leary thinks they were bringing in drug-sniffing squirrels. Thank you, R.A. Clark, for your support. The Polish Drunk. Thank you, The Polish Drunk, for your support. Robin Foose, our member. Miss Gem, Red Girl, Sevenfold. Sevenfold says Trump weaponizing the Gestapo against whistleblowers and critics should be concerning for every American citizen. Thank you, Iroquois, for your support. And Lincoln for his support. Or her Lincoln or his or her support. PZ Papa Zulu. PZ Papa Zulu says no one is above the law. Iroquois says anything the Trump administration does should be scrutinized for corruption and should never be taken at face value. Everything he does is ulterior motives. Thank you, Courtney Taffern, for your support. And Zeef and Celluloid Dream. All right, let me read you an update here. Let me just see if I have any breaking news about this the last couple of minutes. But the FBI is still there. They're there. They're still there. Oh, breaking news. According to President Trump, just said something about Catherine Watson about the Bolton raid. Catherine Watson of CBS News reports. Now, President Trump is speaking now. I don't have video of that. He's speaking outside the White House at a museum exhibit, I believe. He's going to be speaking. He's going to be doing an announcement later today at noon. We'll have coverage of that. But according to Catherine Watson of CBS News, President Trump was asked about John Bolton, the John Bolton raid. He said, I know nothing. I just saw this morning that they did a raid. Again, President Trump says, I know nothing. I just saw this morning that they did a raid. By the way, this is, let me just show you this. This is the AFP shot, all that press there on the street. Sarah Cook says, Trump says he'll be briefed by the DOJ. Sarah Cook is a reporter with CBS News. Trump says he'll be briefed by the DOJ on the Bolton raid, probably today. He said, I tell Pam Bondi and I tell the group I don't want to know. But you just have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. It's not necessary. It's better this way. So Trump is saying that he knows nothing. He heard about this morning, that there was a raid going on. And he said he has told Bondi and the group, I don't want to know about it. He just said that. He just finished speaking at this museum exhibit. Okay, let me give you an update here. So, as we look at John Bolton's house. Oh, thank you so much to Allison Hargroves. That's really nice of you, Allison. Thanks for the gift memberships, Allison Hargroves. Also, our member Longboard Ninja Master. So, the FBI has raided the home and reportedly the office of Trump's former national security advisor and frequent Trump critic, John Bolton, this morning. They have been at this house, I believe, over 3 hours now. They're still there. They've also been at his office this morning, according to AP. We see them going inside and out of the house. It is reportedly, this is part of an investigation into possible mishandling of classified information. CNN is reporting that the Trump administration has reopened a 2020 investigation into whether Bolton illegally released classified info in his 2020 book, which was a book that had some significant criticism of Trump. But again, CNN is reporting that it's part of an investigation, a reopened investigation from 2020 into whether Bolton disclosed information, classified info in his 2020 book. AP reports they say the FBI today searched the home and office of former Trump administration national security advisor John Bolton as part of a criminal investigation into the potential mishandling of classified information. Bolton emerged as an outspoken critic of President Trump after being fired in 2019 and feuded with the first Trump administration over a scathing book he wrote documenting his time in the White House. He was not in custody today and has not been charged with any crimes. AP says the searches are seemingly the most significant public step the Justice Department has taken against a perceived enemy of Trump. AP says the searches are likely to elicit fresh alarm that the Trump administration is using its law enforcement powers to go after Trump's foes. The searches also unfold against a backdrop of a 2022 search for classified documents at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. An action that produced since dismissed criminal charges but remains the source of outrage for Trump and supporters, who insist he was unjustly targeted, despite the retrieval of top-secret records. In an ABC News interview this month, Bolton was asked about whether he was worried about the Trump administration taking action against him. Bolton said Trump had already come after him by taking away his security detail, and Bolton said, "I think it is a retribution presidency." Bolton was in his office building at the time. AP reports Bolton was not home for the search of his home, but after it started, he was spotted Friday morning standing in the lobby of the Washington building where he keeps an office and talking to two people with FBI visible on their vests. He left a few minutes later and appeared to have gone upstairs in the building. Agents were seen taking bags into the office building through a back entrance. So FBI agents brought bags into his office building. We're going to show you a replay of the FBI bringing in boxes to his house. I have some video of that I want to show you in a second. I'll show you a replay of that. The White House referred questions about the probe to the FBI. And President Trump said this morning, according to Catherine Watson, when asked about it, "I know nothing. I just saw this morning that they did a raid." So President Trump claiming he knows nothing about it. Again, Bolton is a frequent critic of Trump in public. AP says Bolton faced scrutiny during the first Trump administration over a book he wrote, a book that had some significant criticism of Trump, about his time in government that Trump officials argued disclosed classified information. In 2021, under the Biden administration, the Justice Department dropped its lawsuit and dropped a separate grand jury investigation. Trump, on his first day back in office this year, revoked the security clearances of more than 4 dozen former intelligence officials, including Bolton. Bolton's harshly critical book, The Room Where It Happened, portrayed Trump as grossly ill-informed about foreign policy and said he, quote, saw conspiracies behind rocks and remained stunningly uninformed on how to run the White House, let alone the huge federal government. That's what Bolton's book said. Trump responded by slamming Bolton as a crazy warmonger who would have led the country into World War VI, says AP. Do you guys want to see the replay of the boxes being brought in? Let's show you that. We're gonna put on the screen now. We got our feeds. Hold on, one of the feeds is moving around. What's happening here? The AFP feed is moving around. The AP feed is trained on the door. We're going to show you a replay of the boxes, though. Oh, now we have double coverage of the door. Double coverage of the door! Okay, let me replay for you the video of the boxes If I can do this. I definitely can do it. Oh, I know what I need to do. Door-to-door coverage, says Brad the Third. All right, so earlier this morning, let me show you here. I'm going to put on, this is live right now, but in a second I'm going to show you the replay. So what I need to do is, oh, I know how I'll do it. All right, there, all right, so this is going to be, all right, this is going to be earlier this morning. All right, hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Let me do this. All right, I'm cutting the audio for the moment. Hold on. And I got to switch the caption. And I got to get rid of this for a second. Okay, this is earlier this morning. Let's watch. Let's watch as the boxes get moved in. Here are boxes coming in. Oh, hold on. I didn't want to show that. No, this one. Here, we're going to see the boxes coming in. Watch this. Watch this. This was earlier. Look at this. FBI walking in with boxes. Some of them not even constructed yet. Look at that. Look at that. This was like at around 9:40 a.m., about an hour ago. I have my eye on the live shot, by the way. Nothing's happening on the live shot right now. So we're taking a peek at this footage of them bringing the boxes in. Some of the boxes. Gomez says those big, beautiful boxes. Look at this. Again, I have my eye on the live shot. Just keep an eye on it as you see them coming in with the boxes. There's a couple little pauses in that shot. See, they're passing the boxes inside. Nigel Fortune says, make boxes great again. And then they walk out after giving those boxes. Oh, hold on. Let me just show you. Here is again them. Here's them walking down the street with the boxes. Hold on, you'll see it in a second. Another replay of the boxes. Look at this. Just walking down the street. Hey, we got some boxes. They have to construct. Some of them are still flat. Again, this was a little while ago. This happened about an hour ago. We saw this about an hour ago, bringing in these boxes to John Bolton's house. Bringing in boxes to John Bolton's house. You see them passing the boxes inside. One of our viewers said, gonna box them up. Some of our viewers claim they are planting evidence. I have no reporting that says that. I assume they're not planting evidence. Some of our viewers claim they were. Again, that's from when they. Now next I'm gonna play you the replay of another thing that happened. Let me go here. Where's this? This next thing I'm going to play you is when they had a black box. Watch this. Watch this right here. This is earlier as well. This is when a black box got taken in. If I have it queued up correctly. Oh no, that we have to rewind for a second. Oh no, it's right here. It's right here. Right here. Watch this. So this was a little, all right, so hold on, you'll see. So we have FBI, couple agents leave the home, okay? Now watch this. They walk out. Oh no. Hold on. Did I cue it up to the right place? Maybe that was after they went in. Here, right here. So that was, all right, here is the footage of them bringing in, watch this. They have this black box with them. Look at that. And they have gloves on. Let me go back and show you that whole segment there. Then they leave. Where is it here? Here it is. Anyways. This was this black box. What's happening with that? Let's watch that again. Let's watch that again. That was about 45 minutes ago. One of our viewers said sus. I'll pause it on the box. Right there. So that was, again, 45 minutes ago. They were bringing in this box to his house. One of our viewers claimed it was a Faraday cage, which is an enclosure used to block some electromagnetic fields. That I have no idea. We have a lot of theories from our chat about what this box is. One of our viewers said maybe a secure type box. Some of our viewers thought it was, well, some of our viewers saying not a Faraday cage. Some of our viewers said it was for firearms. I have no idea. One of our viewers said there's alien technology inside of it. Then they have gloves on. All right, anyway, so that happened. One of our viewers thinks it's a gun box. All right, so we saw that. Let's go back to the live shot now. Now we'll go back to the live shot. Okay, so you guys got to see that. Now we're going back to live. We're back on the live shot here. And let me turn the volume back on. Oh, look, there's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door. I can see somebody in the window. Hey, guys, somebody's at the window. Oh, and let me put this up. There's also people in front of the house. I don't know what they're doing. But I just saw somebody in the window. Guys, the FBI has been there over 3 hours. They are still at the house. As far as I'm aware, I didn't see them leave. So they have now been there at John Bolton's house over 3 hours. R.A. Clark thought the bald guy looking back was sus. Slums and Fire says it's a big house. Thank you, Dennis Kennedy. Dennis Kennedy, our viewer, thinks Trump is not involved with this raid. Thank you, Alexander G., who think the boxes are for classified material. Maybe that's what it is. The black box? Thanks to Roberts Mayqueen, Miku Huntu, who says no one is above the law. Thank you, Mel, our viewer, Longboard Ninja Master, Confidence in God. a little loud. Also, oh, you know what I'm behind on? Thank you on Twitch. I'm behind on my Twitch thank yous. Bad Steve. Velcronius on Twitch, thank you. Jimiconius on Twitch, thank you. Hey, thanks, I appreciate that. Also, Timido1. Airtight Ski Pole, thanks so much. Crazy Like Fox News. Solid Line Tim. Flumpingtons, thanks for the bits. Larry Picklejar and Cherry Onken, thanks for subscribing. Or Larry, thanks for the bits. Cherry Onken, thanks for subscribing. Larry Picklejar, our viewer, says, if you want to see Trump's incompetence in full view, read John Bolton's book. John Bolton's book from 2020 was, I think it was from 2020, wasn't it? It was highly critical of Trump. Redefine Happiness, thanks for subscribing. Farquad67, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. The Room Where It Happened came out in 2020. That's John Bolton's book. One of our viewers said FBI in side window. Did we see him again? Did you guys still see him? We saw somebody in the side window a couple minutes ago. I just saw something here. I have another news update for you. Konstantin Toropin with AP says, Pentagon says Secretary of Defense has ordered that National Guard troops patrolling D.C. be armed with service weapons. Again, AP's Konstantin Toropin, who is their Pentagon reporter, says the Pentagon says that the Secretary of Defense has ordered that National Guard troops patrolling D.C. be armed with service weapons. I believe about 2,000 National Guard troops have now been deployed to D.C. when you count the various state ones. Oh, the FBI coming out! Breaking news, FBI! They're coming out of the house! Are they leaving? Breaking news! Huge! Oh, look at all the FBI agents! Oh my gosh, there's so many! Are they leaving? We just saw 9 FBI agents come out of the house. Oh my gosh. And you're seeing it on both cameras. I think they might be leaving. Are they leaving or no? What's happening? We have double camera action. Oh my gosh, they're coming out. You can see on the left, they're getting it. They came out, they're getting, a lot of them. What's happening now? Maybe getting into their cars? Are they leaving? I see them maybe getting into cars. Oh my gosh. We have double camera coverage of this. About maybe 10 FBI agents just came out. But what are they doing? They're going in the back of a car. Are they leaving or are they doing something else? Are they bringing stuff in? What's happening here? Getting into a car? Maybe they're leaving. Maybe they're leaving. Getting into cars. Big breaking news. Big breaking news at John Bolton's house. I don't see anybody driving away. Now are they going back in? Are they not leaving? Oh, that car is leaving. Maybe one of them needs to get out. Let's see if they leave. Let's see if they leave. Look at all the FBI agents. Look at them all. They're getting into the cars. Oh, that guy's going back in. He went back in. He just went back in. He brought something back in. What did he bring back in? That guy just brought something in. So that guy's not leaving yet. Looks like he brought in a bag or something. Well, there is one guy who's in there. Maybe they're letting one person out. Let's see. Let's see if anybody pulls back in. Oh my gosh. What is happening? So definitely there's one still in there. Now that car is pulling out. Okay. All right, that person left. That car left. But that white car, what's it doing? The white car is not leaving. The white car is not leaving. But is the black car leaving? This is interesting. This is interesting. Oops. Up. Now that camera's having an issue. The AP camera's having an issue. The AFP, oh no, the AP camera's back. All right, so we just saw, oh, they're going back in. Those people are going back in. See, there's two agents right now at the door. Maybe they'll zoom in. But there are two agents at the door right now. So they are not all leaving. There's at least one agent inside, and there's two agents at the door, and then what's this car doing now? Oh, and this car is backing in. Oh my, I thought they were leaving after over 3 hours, but no, it appears it is not over, unless they're bringing stuff out. Wow, look at this. They are still there, and they're pulling, this car is pulling in, more cars pulling in. I think they let one car out. Well, oh, I think they literally let one car out that was blocked in. That's kind of what it looks like. Maybe one or two cars left.
Yes, I can.
Wow. I was joking about them letting somebody out, but it kind of looks like that happened. Man. Oh, they're getting out. Guys. I thought it was over. I thought it was over. It is not over. Now they're going back in. Incredible. One of our viewers said, incredible. I really thought that was it. I was like, they've been there over 3 hours, but no. They are still there. And there's plenty of them there. There's like 4 cars there. Oh, they're going back inside. Look at this. That guy's on the phone in the lower left. What a scene. What a scene at John Bolton's house. Yeah, as Cosenza Sub says, at least one car left. So a few of them, I think, left. Yeah. But there were a lot. Oh, look, we got these guys. What are these guys doing? What are these guys doing? Are these guys leaving? Maybe those guys are leaving. I think 2 guys are leaving. They seem to be walking away. I think we just saw 2 of them leave. Maybe it's lunchtime. I don't know. They've been there for a while. Could they be getting lunch? Steve Otten says, not what I expected to wake up to. What about lunch?
About 10 minutes ago, I saw at least 10 FBI agents come out of the home.
We're going to replay that.
Driveway, and drove them back in with the SUV backed up. Yes. Okay.
We're going to replay
About
them
10
coming
minutes
out.
ago, I saw. Do you want me to point this way? I'm going to talk about the cars and stuff. Go the other way? Okay, so...
You'll have more room to step up.
Okay, so yeah, about 10 minutes ago I saw at least 10 FBI agents come out of the home. They got into the 3 front cars here, pulled them out of the driveway, and had the black SUV back up, facing, back up against the garage. So it seems that something may happen soon that we possibly don't want us to see. Sources tell us that agents arrived at home at 7. Hey there.
That reporter thinks that they backed the black SUV up so we couldn't see something. I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, the tease. I forgot the tease. You're right. What? Oh, let me call you.
I'm going to replay the all the agents coming out.
Right now, FBI agents are inside the home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Up next, what the investigation may be tied to.
All right. Do you guys want to see? Hold on.
Okay, and so you know, to brief for the start of my thing, I'm going to say I've seen at least 10 come out of the house, and they took all of these 3 cars out of the driveway, and then they backed up the black SUV against the garage. So that's kind of what I'm going to see. So I'm pointing, is it worth, like, or do they just see 3? Like, can you see the 3 cars in your shot? Like, okay, so I'll say behind the tree there's an SUV. Okay, thank you.
Step right here.
But I don't want to step out of the shot, so I'm saying I don't want to step. So I'm saying if I'm
Just take a small step to the left.
okay.
I'll show you the
Here
replay in
I'm
a
sure I
second.
can take 2 cars, and then behind the tree there's a black SUV that's backed up to the garage. It seems they may be bringing something out of the house soon.
She thinks they're bringing something out of the house. Oh, let's see. The camera's zooming in. The AP camera is zooming in.
Sources tell us agents arrived. That's a former John Bolton. Up next, investigation.
All right, let's watch what happened.
How is my color?
Let's watch what happened about 10 minutes ago when a bunch of, about 10 minutes ago, a bunch of the FBI agents came out of the house. So this was, hold on a second here. What's happening now? Hang on a moment here.
Right now, FBI agents are inside the home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton, coming up what the investigation may be tied to.
You want me in front of the camera now, right? Guys, can you talk to me?
Give me 1 sec
I
here.
guess they want me in front of the camera. They're not responding to me, so. Yes, yeah. You guys have to communicate. You have to tell me what you want. I'm in front of the camera now. This is what you want. You don't want the bump shot, right? Right? Eddie, can they hear me?
Just getting set up here. Give me a second, so I can show you the replay.
Okay. Can they hear me? I hear you, but I'm asking you whether you hear me.
10 minutes, I saw about 10 agents
Yes, can you hear me?
walk out of the home. They took the three
Okay,
cars
great.
out
I've
of
just
the
been trying to make
driveway
sure
here,
someone
and then
can
they
hear me.
backed up a black
Thanks,
SUV.
thanks.
It's behind the tree. They backed it up against the garage, so it seems like they may be picking out something that they don't want us to see. But I have been seeing throughout the morning agents come in and out of the home. At one point, they went out of the home and got empty boxes and brought them inside. The FBI tells us agents are conducting court-authorized activity, and there's no threat to public safety, but would not offer further comment. However, I want you to look at this cryptic post made on X just after 7, shortly around the same time the raid started.
Yeah, I'll show you those posts as well. Let's go back for a second. Let's just take a second here. And let's just replay real quick what happened a short while ago. Okay, I'm going to show you this right now. If I can get it on the screen here. Oops, I need to do it this way. This was a short while ago, maybe like 10, 15 minutes ago. Why is this not showing up? Hang on, that's not working. This is all live, what you're watching right now. Oh, I know what's happening. Sorry, I see what's happening here. I think. Here we go. That's the live shot. But in a second, I'm going to show you the replay. All right, here's the replay. Let's see if this works. All right, here's the replay. Watch this. This is what happened moments ago. So watch all the agents come out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I counted 8, 9. Uh-oh. Maybe 10, 11. I think about 11 of them came out. I think it was about 11 of them came out. And then some of them got into a car, I think, and left, and a bunch went back in. So that was moments ago. It says early this morning. That was moments ago. Let me just say earlier. That's when that happened. And then one guy went back in with this like big bag. Let me forward to that. Actually, let me just show you them walking out again. Again, this is about 15 minutes ago. And again, a bunch of them went back in. I think one car might have left, 1 or 2 cars. But it gives you a sense of how many of them are in there. Look at this. All right, so they left, and then some of them went back in. Now let me show you the guy going back in. Right here. This guy here. Is this the guy with the bag? Look at that. He has a bag. What? Is that a bag? Watch this again. Looks like a bag. Can I pause it? Let me see if I can pause it on the bag. Look at that. He's bringing in this thing, whatever that is. Whatever that is. Leather bag, said Songbird. Okay, so we saw that, okay? Yeah, I know the banner was covering it. I'm sorry. Oh, I might be able to go back and find it, actually. I could probably get it without the banner. I think I can get that without the banner. All right, hold on a second. Let me try to get that without the banner for you. I bet I can, actually. I just have to find where it was. Okay, that was about 15 minutes ago. That was about 16 minutes ago. Okay, I got it without the banner. Are you ready? I can show it to you without the banner. Okay, now, to do this, I need to do it this way. Okay, so all right, watch this. Watch this. You're going to see it right now without the banner. I'm going to show you the guy with the bag. Here it is. Here's the guy with the bag without the banner. Let's see what this looks like. Look at that. Look at that. Uh-oh. I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. One of our viewers said, pretty big bag. All right, anyways. Backpack with his vest? There. There's a shot of it, whatever that is. That was about 15 minutes ago. There's your full version. Peace Boomers thinks the bag is not empty. All right, so all right, let's get back to the live shot. We're going back to live. That is now live. Now we're live. We're back live. Everything is live on the screen now. Wow. Let me get the volume back on. Francis Felter thinks it was a forensic tools bag.
So I mentioned the car stuff.
Oh my gosh! I have a live shot of Bolton's office. I don't know that anything's going on there, but there is a live shot of John Bolton's office. There's nothing happening there that I see. Let me show you what that looks like, though. Let's see. They also raided his office today. All right, that's Bolton's office. Right there. That's the building. On the right is the building with Bolton's office. I don't know that they're still there. Put something up there, too. I don't know that we need to have that on the screen at all times. You never know, though. We might see something there.
Yeah, FBI agents arrived around 7 this morning. I've seen the agents and the FBI windbreakers go in and out of the home. At one point, I saw them carrying empty boxes inside the home and former national security advisor. The FBI tells us
there's a lot going on right now.
Court-authorized activity, and there's no threat to public safety, and they offered no further comment. But
oh, one of our viewers said, what's the guy doing behind the door? Are you seeing somebody in the windows? It's just crazy. All right, let me try to get you guys some more updates here. Let me try to get you some more updates about what is going on. But yes, his office was reportedly also raided this morning. Hey guys, I am also seeing this now from CBS News, Sarah Cook. We heard this report from AP too. Secretary Hegseth has authorized members of the National Guard in D.C. to carry weapons. AP's Konstantin Toropin reported that the Pentagon says that the Secretary of Defense has ordered that the National Guard troops patrolling D.C. be armed with service weapons. Those are slightly different reports, but we'll get you updates on that.
Successfully sought to block the publication of a book by Bolton that the administration said contained classified information. I talked to a neighbor, George Conway, who knows Bolton because his ex-wife served in the first Trump administration. Sources tell us that the investigation is tied to a national security investigation focused on classified records, and I asked Conway what he thought about all this. Okay, and then soundbite. And then I'm gonna start again. As I said, the investigation is underway. So this is the on-cam part, guys. On-cam part. Okay. I talked to a neighbor, George Conway. He knows Bolton because his ex-wife served in the first Trump administration. Sources tell us this raid is part of a national security investigation focused on classified records. And I asked Conway what he thought about all of this. Okay, soundbite, and then the on-cam.
I'm gonna give you an update here.
Just
Hold
before
on
11 this morning, I saw at least 10 FBI agents go out of the home and move the 3 front cars out of the driveway. Then they backed up a black SUV that's covered by this tree up against the garage door. So it seems they may be trying to conceal what they will take. Let me do that out for you again.
Our viewer Rita, one of our other viewers suggested this too. Our viewer Rita thinks that maybe they're going to claim he held on to classified info after he lost his clearance. They took away his security. Trump administration took away his security clearance when Trump resumed office.
Possibly to conceal what they may be taking out of the house. We reached out to
One of our viewers cut the BS, thought one of the boxes being brought in looked like a file case. Let me just, for those just tuning in, let me just give you an update here. Hold on a second. So the Washington Post reports that FBI agents today searched the home and the office of former Trump administration National Security Advisor John Bolton as part of an investigation into whether he illegally possessed or shared classified information. The sources for the Washington Post said agents were executing a search warrant at his residence and later at his downtown office. They are still at his residence, by the way. I don't know about his office. Bolton was not home at the time and has not been charged with a crime. The Washington Post says the investigation makes Bolton the latest of Trump's political enemies to find themselves targeted by a Justice Department probe. In recent months, federal investigators have launched criminal investigations into Trump critics, including New York Attorney General Letitia James, Senator Adam Schiff, Democrat of California, former FBI Director James B. Comey, and ex-CIA Director John Brennan. Oh, and then for those who haven't seen it, there's been no official announcement about this from the Trump administration, like the Justice Department or the FBI. But Pam Bondi and Kash Patel posted vague posts about, which seemed to be about this. FBI Director Kash Patel posted, "No one is above the law, FBI agents on mission." And Pam Bondi, Attorney General, said America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued always. Trump was asked about it during an appearance this morning, by the way, and he said, according to Catherine Watson of CBS, he said, one of the things he said was, I know nothing. I just saw this morning that they did a raid. Bolton, a veteran diplomat and security expert, the Washington Post says, who served as U.S. ambassador to the UN under President George W. Bush, worked in Trump's first term as his third national security advisor. Bolton has emerged as an outspoken critic of the president in the years since he left the post. Trump administration officials, back during the first Trump administration, sought to block publication of a White House memoir that Bolton wrote chronicling his 17 months in the role, alleging it contained classified information. The best-selling book, titled The Room Where It Happened, offered a withering portrait of Trump as an erratic and stunningly uninformed leader. In the weeks leading up to the book's 2020 release, the Justice Department sued Bolton, seeking to block its publication and recoup the $2 million advance he had received from its publisher. Bolton denied the book contains classified information, cited his cooperation with a lengthy pre-publication government review, and added that he brought decades of experience working with secret material to the task. A federal judge allowed the book to move forward, but said in his ruling he was persuaded that defendant Bolton likely jeopardized national security interests by disclosing classified information in violation of his non-disclosure agreement signed upon taking his job with the Trump administration. After failing to halt the publication of the book, the Trump Justice Department under Attorney General William Barr opened a criminal investigation in late 2020 into whether Bolton could be prosecuted for disclosing classified information. That investigation was closed without charges in 2021 under President Biden's administration. Since Trump's return to the White House, President Trump revoked Bolton's security clearances, along with those of dozens of other former intelligence officials. Trump also canceled Bolton's security detail. Speaking to reporters today in Washington, President Trump said he had no prior knowledge of the FBI search of Bolton's house and office space, but he said he expected he would be briefed on it by Bondi later in the day. President Trump said today, "What I tell Pam and I tell the group, I don't want to know. You have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it." Trump did suggest he could have played a more active role in launching the investigation of Bolton if he wanted to. He said, "I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, but I feel like it's better that way." And CNN reports that these raids today are part of an investigation into a reopened investigation into whether Bolton disclosed classified information in his 2020 book. So we are looking live at John Bolton's house and his office building, and the building where his office is. And President Trump is supposed to make an announcement in 40 minutes, which I assume is still scheduled. I'm not even sure what that's about. So we'll have to coverage that in 40 minutes. But again, President Trump said he knew nothing about this.
Do you hear me? All right. Can you what do you need Eddie to do with the shot? What do you? The shot looks good. It looks fine. Okay. All right. Let me get ready here.
Ernie McKee, our viewer, says
Okay,
payback
ready to
time.
go, and I'll start doing my thing.
Thanks to Susan Priest Buchner for subscribing on Facebook.
I
to
don't hear
Kay
you.
Lowry Body for subscribing over there. All of our other subscribers over there as well.
Okay, okay. And you're going to give me a 10 count, right?
We're hearing some reporters on the stream. Oh, thanks, Dennis Kennedy, who says, is it treasonable? Well, at this point, Bolton hasn't been charged with anything yet. Will he get charged with something? I don't know. He hasn't been. Thank you, Dennis Kennedy. Oh, thank you also, Kristen McConnell Gates, for your donation. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates. Okay, Fox News is saying that Defense Secretary Hegseth has authorized National Guard soldiers to carry weapons if needed.
We're here in Bethesda, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. suburbs, where the FBI is now in the 4th hour of doing a search of the home of John Bolton, who served as a national security advisor during the first Trump administration. He was fired in 2019 by President Trump, and thereafter, President Trump and his administration accused him of violating national security law by disclosing classified information for a 2020 book that he published about his time during the administration. Now, we don't know yet publicly what the FBI is looking for here, but what we've learned from sources is that it has to do with a possible disclosure of national security information, and classified information, of course, would be part of that. And we know that this was obviously an investigation that began during the first administration. They looked into whether Bolton had kept classified documents and used them for his book. Now, early in the Biden administration, early in 2021, the Biden U.S. Attorney in Washington, D.C.
This is Evan Perez. We're picking up Evan Perez of CNN on the microphone because the camera, he's standing near the camera.
Clearly, they've taken a renewed interest in this investigation. What we've heard now from sources is that this absolutely, again, has to do with possible disclosure of classified information in that 2020 book. But what they're also looking at is whether Bolton disclosed classified information outside of the book to people in the media and perhaps to his book publishers. Here's what we know about that investigation back in the day. We know that Bolton did seek approval from the White House for the information that he was using in the book. There was a classified information review that was done, and the career official inside the White House who reviewed it had initially given a conditional approval for him to publish the book. Now, what happened thereafter was that there were senior officials inside the White House, political officials in the Trump administration, who came over and said, no, that is not okay, and they pulled the conditional approval for the book. And so that's where that investigation began. Again, this is back in 2020. What we do not know now is whether there's new information that has come into the FBI. We know that they arrived here at about 7 a.m. They had the help of the Montgomery County Sheriff's, which has tried to manage some of the traffic. This is a residential neighborhood here in Bethesda. And what we've seen over the last few hours is agents carrying in document boxes that you use to carry out documents. We've also seen them reposition some of their vehicles. They're still here in the driveway of the home. We've seen them reposition one of the vehicles as if to prepare for items to be brought out of the garage of the home. What John Bolton was not home when this search began. Kylie Atwood reports that he was at downtown Washington, D.C., and we now know that agents also have shown up there in the last few hours. It appears they're waiting for approval, perhaps a court-authorized search warrant to be able to conduct a search at that location. Again, that is John Bolton's office, which is located in downtown Washington.
So maybe they haven't gone into his office yet.
So far, the only thing we've heard is that they're conducting a court-authorized search at this location. We don't know how much longer they'll be here, but obviously the politics that overhangs all of this cannot be lost, right? President Trump today told reporters that he didn't really know anything about this. He's leaving it up to the Justice Department. We have seen tweets from Kash Patel, the FBI director, deputy FBI director, co-deputy FBI director Dan Bongino, and from Bondi, all sort of obliquely referring to this ongoing matter, just saying that they're going to enforce the law. We obviously know that John Bolton's been a very strong critic of President Trump, and President Trump has no love lost for John Bolton. Whether that is also playing a role in this, we will see in the coming weeks whether there is an actual case that is brought against Bolton. Again, at this hour, we know very little from the FBI here at the scene, and we'll see how much longer they're here and what they actually take out of John Bolton's home. Back to you. Thank you.
By the way, I think we were just hearing Evan Perez of CNN. He must be standing near the camera. This is the AP camera. It's not the CNN camera.
I got to figure out what they wanted me to say at the end.
By the way, here's a photo from AP. I'll show you again, real quick. We saw FBI bringing boxes in earlier. That's a quick photo of the FBI bringing in boxes. When I get a chance, I'll show you footage of that. Of FBI, well, of a different time the FBI brought in boxes. Oh, look, hey, on the lower right, we have a live shot from Reuters in front of the office building where his office is. Now, one of our viewers said he or she had seen photos of the FBI with boxes at the office. I haven't seen that yet. Evan Perez suggested that the FBI at the office were waiting for some kind of sign-off to go in there or something. But that I'm not sure about. Maybe they've already been in his office. But they've definitely been at the house for about 4 hours. And they're still there. So we are bringing you live coverage. Also, as some of our viewers pointed out, President Trump was scheduled to make some sort of announcement today at noon. As I said before, this is a regular thing where they say Trump is making an announcement. Sometimes they're more important than others. I would not assume from the fact that he has an announcement scheduled that it's going to be some earth-shattering thing. But you don't know, so we will cover that when that happens. By the way, thank you so much to John. John says, did they search his wife's underwear drawer? Thank you also, Tech Wizard, for your support. I really appreciate it. We're bringing you live coverage here. Thanks to also Glitterbell for watching on Twitch. Sarah Jacobson for your support on Twitch. But we know there's a lot of we know there's a number of agents at the house, so we're going to have to see what happens at the house. Thank you also, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says what would have made this complete is to have told CNN to be there as the FBI arrived. Thank you also, the Karzar. Karzar is getting timed out because Karzar cannot follow the rules of the chat. Karzar, you gotta follow the rules of the chat. Come on. Kelly Kennedy thinks this cannot be legal. Do you mean I'm guessing you mean the raid and not the live stream. They're on public. I'm quite confident that the live streams of his house are legal. Mr. Miatas says the dude's a bad guy, justice served. thanks Chunk Mosca for subscribing. Sean Grams, our viewer, says there's tons of probable cause. Chuck Mosca, our viewer, says interesting how some people had little problem with Trump storing top secret documents in his bathroom are suddenly concerned about the handling of secure documents.
Yeah, there was quite.
Hold on a second. Laura Stone says if Bolton broke the law, he must be held accountable. Thank you, Crazy Yoda and Naomi Nocturnal, for your support. I really appreciate that. We're bringing you live coverage. Oh, I should put a clock on the screen. Well, I'm not going to put a clock, but Trump is supposed to make some sort of announcement of something at noon. I have no idea what that is. Oh, really? Is that true, really cold? Hold on a second here. I haven't heard that. Let me check a couple things here. I haven't heard that Trump's announcement was canceled. I haven't seen a revised schedule from the White House yet. CNN is now also reporting what AP reported. CNN says Secretary of Defense Hegseth has ordered National Guard members in Washington, D.C. to be armed with service weapons. AP is also reporting the exact same thing. All right, we're going to do a poll. Will Bolton ultimately be charged with something? Will Bolton get charged with something? Yes or no, ultimately. All right, start poll. Let me post it here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, AP camera issue? AP camera? I hope we don't lose the AP camera. Let's see. Oh, I think we're going to lose that camera. We might be out of... There might be no more lives. How can they all stop their lives? Oh, I think that's the... Let's see here. Hold on. Do I have one? Oh, I have one. I have one. I still have one from AFP. I have one from AFP. One moment. One moment. I will get a live shot back up for you. I will get a live shot back up for you. Hang on one moment. Everything's under control. I think the AP camera is going down after several hours, but I'm going to put another camera up for you. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, hold on. Let me get the AFP camera up for you. Hold on. Just one moment. Just one moment. I got it, guys. I got the camera. I got the camera. We're back. Oh my gosh, we're back. Are we back or what? Oh, we're back. I hope that, oh, unless that camera goes down. Is that camera going down too? No, it's still working. It's still working. We are on it. We're doing our best to keep you informed about what's going on at the House and the office. Trump is making an announcement in 23 minutes. Maybe I'll put the clock up. Let me just get the clock up. We're going to have to cover the Trump announcement on whatever it is. Hey, we got a clock up. We got a clock up on the screen. How about that? I feel like the second camera's in the way. Maybe I should move the second camera to the left, because I want to see the door. And get that camera over here. Oh, let me show you the poll results. I'm going to show you the poll results. The camera's zooming in, by the way. So we did a poll. Did I miss it on Twitch? Okay, on Twitch, I asked you guys. I said I didn't get a chance to post the poll on Facebook. I'll do it after. On Twitch, I said, will Bolton get charged with something? Why is the poll up for so long on Twitch? 58% said yes on Twitch. 42% said no. Okay? So Twitch is now 60-40. And as for YouTube, (67%) said yes on YouTube, and 33% said no. More of you think yes than no. I'll post it too on. I'll post it on Facebook too. Sorry, I was trying to post it and then we lost the camera and I had to get the other camera up. And get rid of. Move it over there. Right. Facebook, I will post the poll for you guys. They're still there, the FBI. President Trump to make an announcement in about 19 minutes. What's happening now? Something happening? Any activity there? Not that I see. Oh, Chris Neely thinks it's about the World Cup. Is that what it is? Is this announcement about the World Cup? I have not seen this confirmed. Maybe he'll take questions. Maybe he'll talk about the Bolton thing again. Thanks to our moderators, Janet B., Roberts Mayqueen. Thank you, Rectangle, for your support. Rectangle says he will be charged with something framed. Thanks, Roberts Mayqueen, Janet B., for moderating. I really appreciate it. Also on Twitch, thanks to our mods there. Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches and Sarah. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X.
These things usually tend to take a good while, so we'll probably be expected to be here through the afternoon. My problem is I hate the problem is these, like, luckily we got it.
Kay Lowry Body has been moderating on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. I don't know if the poll is working on Facebook. I tried to post the poll on Facebook. It looks like it's having some issues. I apologize about that. Sometimes the Facebook polls just don't work. So I'm sorry, but I tried. Nicola mentioned that the New York Post reported this started around 7 a.m., which would be over 4 hours ago. Yes, according to the Post, New York Post, the New York Post said this started at around 7 a.m. So it's almost, that would be meaning it's close to 5 hours. It's ongoing. Oregon guy is watching to see when there will be indictments. Well, we don't know if there will be. We'll have to see. Yeah, I don't know what Trump's going to talk about at noon. I have no idea. Who knows? I have not seen reporting on what it's about. But maybe he'll answer questions about what, whatever he's originally talking about. John Bolton has not made a public statement yet about this. We'll see if he does or maybe his lawyer does. But we know that there's a number of FBI agents in the house. Those cars, most of those cars, if not all, in the driveway belong to the agents. They have brought a bunch of boxes inside in a bag. I can show you again the footage of when they brought the boxes in. That was quite something. Oh, hold on a second. In a second, I'll replay a couple things for you. So what I need to do is, let me just get this set up. This is going to say earlier. Okay, that's fine. We'll switch that. And then the other thing I need to get set up to show you this, what is this? Hang on one minute. Okay, so this I gotta put like this, and like this, and then what I'm gonna do is move it up. Hang on. Okay, that's that. Okay, this is, let me just show you a couple things from earlier. Let me just show you a couple things from earlier. Why is this like this? Okay, this is earlier. Couple things here from earlier. I'll keep an eye on the live shot, but this was earlier where we saw, first of all, I want to show you when we saw about 11 FBI agents come out of the house. This was earlier. Look at this. Look at how many are in there. That was maybe like an hour ago. Then a bunch of them went back in. A few of them left, and a bunch went back in. So this was earlier. There's nothing going on there right now, outside. And then eventually we saw a guy go in with a bag. Here, right? Where is it here? Just to show you again. Guy bringing a bag in of some sort. Hang on. I'm going to show you them bringing boxes in as well. All right, so that was earlier. And then let me get to the part where they bring in boxes. Oh, here's a part where they bring in a black box. Look at this. This was interesting. This was also earlier. Watch this. They bring in this black box. What's that about? That's what it looked like. What's in the box, or what are they putting in the box? I don't know. One of our viewers said that's the sus box. All right, anyway, so that happened. That happened. And then before that, we saw them bringing in cardboard boxes. Let me show you that. Let me repeat that for you. Where is it here? Where's the cardboard boxes? I know the time it was. There. Here's the cardboard boxes. Look at this. And then some of them weren't even folded up yet. Again, this was about 2 hours ago when we saw those boxes being brought in. Yeah, they brought extra boxes, I guess. I mean, they had brought in boxes, I believe, before this, so I don't know how many boxes they brought in total. But this was the last delivery I saw. All right, hang on. Let me go to the live shot for a second. Now we're going to go back to live. Back to live. That is live. That's a live shot right there. And then we'll put the office up again. That's in front of his office building, the building where his office is. And Trump is supposed to make a announcement of some sort, who knows what, in about 7 minutes. Let me check something here. Hang on. Oh, is he going to be... Okay. Wait, what is this? I'm seeing that Trump might visit the Kennedy Center. Is that what's going on? I'm a little confused. That's what Reuters said. I don't know. I still don't know about the announcement. Let me show you something real quick also here. Look at this headline. National Guard members on D.C. streets for Trump's crackdown will soon be armed, Pentagon says. Defense Secretary Hegseth has ordered that National Guard troops patrolling the streets of Washington for President Trump's law enforcement crackdown will be armed, the Pentagon said. It was unclear if the Guard's role in the federal intervention would be changing, says AP. The Guard has so far not taken part in law enforcement, but largely have been protecting landmarks like the National Mall and Union Station and helping with crowd control. The Pentagon and the Army said last week that troops would not carry guns. The new guidance is that they will carry their service-issued weapons. Hey, thanks so much to Temi Dank. Temi Dank, thanks for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Temi Dank, thank you. So, I'm hoping to have footage of the speech. I'm hoping to have footage of it, but I'm not sure. It depends on where it is and who's showing it. Thank you, Trippy. Trippy says, aren't any of you concerned about what this means in terms of democracy? This is no different than what happens in Russia and China. Thank you, Trippy, for your support. Samba says, watch out for the lunch orders. I don't know if they're going to bring in food there. I haven't seen it. Jerry Mander says they did it to Trump. Yeah, I can't just use anybody's video. I can only use the videos that I have the rights to. I don't have the rights to every video. Oh, I should have the Trump one. If it's from the Oval Office, I'll have it. Give me a moment. I'm going to get rid of the office shot. No, I have the office shot. No, the problem is I can't show. All right, I will show you the Trump announcement if I have it. I very well might, but it's not totally clear. He was supposed to speak at noon, but that could be late. Oh, no, it's not at the Oval Office. Okay, oh, no, hold on. So, I have an update for you about timing. The White House pool report says that the White House pool is still in vans outside the Kennedy Center waiting for the president. No update regarding timing of the scheduled noon announcement in the Oval, but that will almost certainly be delayed. So it's a little confusing what's happening here. I'm going to take the clock off the screen. So there are press at the Kennedy Center for some announcement there. But I guess there's also supposed to be an announcement in the Oval Office, unless they're the same thing. The White House pool report thinks they're two different things. But they say they think the Kennedy Center announcement is going to be first, in which case it'll be a little while before the one in the Oval Office. But who knows, maybe that one will be first. I don't know. It's confusing. Thank you, Jonathan, for your support. Jonathan says, while I disapprove of this, the Dems have been using FBI lawfare against political opponents going all the way back to Bush Jr. Thanks also D. Smitty First, our new member. Brett Wharton, thank you.
Kelly, and the search inside the home continues. We've seen FBI agents, individuals with those FBI windbreakers so familiar to us now, going in and out of that house carrying
There's a reporter talking right there in the front.
When I got here about 7:30 this morning, there was an individual who appeared to be a resident of this home. I don't know if it was Mrs. Bolton or who it was, talking to an agent on that doorstep that you are looking at right now in that picture. So the activity going on now for 4 hours at the top of the hour. Tipped off to it was the world when the Tactical Director of the FBI posted a encrypted release message on social media saying this was our mission. No one was above the law. Other top officials, including the Deputy Director of the FBI, chiming in, but nobody coming forward with really specific material as to even who what was the subject of that mission, and certainly what is going on right now over the course of the last several hours here in Bethesda. As these FBI, I'm going to step out of the way. You see some, those are sticking in the driveway. And so the FBI conducting this search now, ongoing, going on 4 hours. The past is happening for several more hours. National security material and military
All right, so I'm not sure what's going on with the announcement, and also it seems like Trump is supposed to do two things: appear at the Kennedy Center and also make an announcement from the Oval Office. But neither of them is happening right now. So I don't have a schedule for you. The White House press pool doesn't know what's going on in terms of what's coming first. Let me just remind you what's going on here. The Washington Post says FBI searches home and office of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton, who is a frequent public critic of Trump. The Post says it's part of an investigation into whether Bolton illegally possessed or shared classified information. CNN reports that the FBI has reopened an investigation the Trump administration was doing into Bolton in 2020. The Trump administration had sought to block publication of a White House memoir that Bolton wrote chronicling his 17 months in the role, alleging it contained classified information. That book had some strong criticism of Trump. The book, titled "The Room Where It Happened," says the Post, offered a withering portrait of Trump as an erratic and stunningly uninformed leader. In the weeks leading up to the book's release in 2020, the Justice Department sued Bolton, seeking to block its publication and recoup the $2 million advance he had received from his publisher. Bolton denied the book contains classified information. After failing to halt the publication of the book, the Trump Justice Department then opened a criminal investigation in late 2020 into whether Bolton could be prosecuted for disclosing classified information. That investigation was closed without charges in 2021 under President Biden's administration. CNN reports the investigation has been reopened. CNN said there is now a renewed investigation into whether Bolton disclosed classified information in his 2020 book. CNN reports that a source tells them investigators are also exploring other possible leaks. Oh, CNN talked to him. CNN says they reached Bolton today, and he said he was unaware of the FBI activity and was looking into it further. Now, he's aware of it. According to AP, they saw him talking to people in FBI jackets this morning at the building where his office is.
No. You're fine. You're 100% fine. They're not taken out of them.
Oh, they're coming out. Hold on, breaking news. Breaking news. Guys, look at the agents. They're coming out. Look at them all. Breaking news. The agents are they leaving? The agents are coming out of the house. Oh my gosh. On the AFP camera. There's a bunch of them. Is this it? Are they leaving? Look at all the FBI agents. So Eric V thinks it's a lunch break. Well, now they didn't have stuff with them. I didn't see them taking boxes out, so I would think there's still stuff in there. Maybe they'll leave and come back. Did anybody see anything come out? I didn't see them carrying anything out of it. Evelyn in Maine says no stuff. I think somebody might have been shouting at them with a megaphone or something. I don't know that they were making an announcement. Yeah, so I mean, we know there's boxes and a bag in there, but so we'll see what happens here. No, this is a live shot. Wait a second. Is this, hey guys, I think we lost the feed. You know what? Somehow that feed got is that the feed? Wait, let me figure out what's going on here. I think that happened I think we might have been like 10 minutes behind. I'm really confused. Okay. Sorry. So we had not seen that before, but somehow things got messed up on that feed. I think it was about from 10, 15 minutes ago. I only had one live feed left, and that was the AFP feed. So, yeah, so I apologize. But now what happened? Did they leave? What happened here? I have to go back and see. Somehow it got on a delay. I don't know how that happened. But the feed is gone now. Are they still live or they are totally done? Yeah, that was the last feed. So I don't even know what happened there. Now let me get a time on that for you. That happened, what we just saw, I guess they're still there. Yeah, so look. So this was, we saw a bunch of them come out once, but I believe this was a different time because, but I might be wrong about this. So, because I know they came out once. Was that the original time they came out? Maybe it was. Or were there two times they came out? Oh no, that was the same one. I apologize. So, you know what happened? We now have no feeds. AP is done, AFP is done, and Reuters is done from the house. That's too bad. All three of them. Nobody's at the house anymore. Nobody's at the house. All right, so anyways, somehow I apologize. That feed got reset, and that was the alternate angle of the... I totally apologize. It appears that was what we had seen before. We saw it before, but that was the small feed. We saw a different big feed. So anyways, that's my fault. So anyways, Trump is not speaking yet. So that was the last feed I had, but that one is now over. I don't know why that is, because they're still in the house. But AFP, Reuters, and AP, I have had feeds from all three. None of them is streaming from the house anymore. None of them. I have a feed from his office building, but for some reason, none of them is at the house anymore. Maybe they'll do another one. So, but Trump is supposed to, according to Fox, Trump is speaking from the Oval Office soon. So again, I do apologize. I thought that stream it had somehow gotten set back, and it was playing from 45 minutes ago. But again, I'm not aware that they've left. So if I get another feed from there, I will put it up on the screen. But right now, I don't have a live feed from the House. But President Trump is supposed to speak, I guess, any time now. On Fox News, they say, I'll show you his office. I can put up his office on the screen. But Fox News says he's speaking soon from the White House, Trump. Hold on, let me get the office feed up. I'm getting the office feed up for you. In the meantime, you never know what we'll see there. It's weird that we don't have a feed from the House, though. Live, building with John Bolton's office, D.C. All right, here is John Bolton's, the building with his office. Why can't you see? Oh, here you go. Now, I'm waiting to see when Trump is speaking. It's not even clear if he's speaking first from the Oval Office or the Kennedy Center. The Fox News says that Trump is going to speak from the Oval Office. So we're awaiting that. He was supposed to do an announcement at noon, Trump, and it's now 12:14. But it's confusing because I guess he's also doing one at the Kennedy Center. But they raided his office as well. I should put that on the screen. FBI raids home and office. Maybe I'll say Trump critic / ex-national security advisor. I'll make it /. What's going on? What's going on with the announcement? Now, Fox took off their screen. Fox News had on their screen coming up Oval Office announcement from President Trump, but it's not even on their screen anymore. No one knows what's going on. Yeah, I have a feed here that's from the Oval Office, but we don't see the Oval Office yet. Let me just... I have that, actually. But again, you don't actually see the Oval Office. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on with this? Hold on. Just hold on. I don't know why that's showing that. Let me pull that up here, though. Let me pull that up here and see if this works. What's happening? This is really confusing. All right, I have to do something here. Give me one moment. AFP says they're going to be showing it, but there's nothing from the Oval Office yet. I have the AFP feed on standby for whatever that's worth. So he's not live yet. And no updates from the White House pool. So we're waiting for a Trump announcement, maybe. Yeah, so I'll go to it as soon as I have it. Oh, the camera at his office is zooming in. I don't know why. At the building where Bolton's office is, which we're looking at right now. Oh, thanks so much to Trippy. Thank you, Trippy. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trippy. I'm supposed to have the video of the Trump in the Oval Office if he's speaking there, but I mean, I don't know what the schedule is. It's confusing. So we'll have to just see. AFP said announcement from the Oval Office that says delayed. Now, sometimes he makes announcements from the Oval Office that are less important than others. So I have not heard anything about what he's announcing. One of our viewers said, how far is the Kennedy Center from the White House? Because he was supposed to be appearing there as well. Maybe he's there now. I don't know. We Cook thinks something's about to happen. This is too fishy. In terms of the distance from the White House, it's about maybe 1.5 mile drive from the White House, the Kennedy Center, if he was going from one to the other. Oh, yeah, AFP is going to have it, but AFP says it's delayed. So I will have the one from the Oval Office, but AFP says delayed. Israel Bishop, Trump spoke about 2 hours ago at an appearance at a museum. That is a different appearance than the one in the Oval Office. That was at a museum. We talked about that a bit. What I gotta do, I gotta take 1 minute. I need 1 minute. We've been on the air for hours. I'm gonna take a 1 minute break. We're awaiting, let me put the thing on the screen, awaiting Trump Oval Office announcement. Let me put that on the screen for you. Awaiting Trump Oval Office announcement, whenever that is. Oops, it's a little big. Okay, so give me what am I doing here? All right, I will be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, okay? That's what I need. 1 minute. I'm coming right back. And our plan is to bring you live coverage of Trump in the Oval Office saying whatever he's going to say. Fox News has the box up that says soon Trump Oval Office announcement. All right, I'll be back in 1 minute. Thanks for your patience. Trump is still not live from the Oval Office, by the way. Okay, we're back. No, we don't want to do that. There's still no update about when Trump is speaking. He was scheduled to do an announcement at noon. It is 12:28. Also, the White House press pool said he was supposed to be also at Kennedy Center. So it is very unclear what his schedule is. And I am not seeing anything about any updates. So as soon as I hear anything on this, I will let you know. Reuters says there could be, he could be at the Kennedy Center. Oh, hold on. Now I have this. Yes. Again, I will have footage of the announcement. That's not the issue. All right, let me just get you an update on this thing that we're watching here. So we had before 3 different cameras, but none of them are working. I don't know why this is. It's kind of strange. But no, we were showing you live footage from John Bolton's house before. John Bolton, former National Security Advisor for President Trump and frequent public critic of President Trump. FBI has been at his house for, I think, over 5 hours now. Trump was asked about this morning, in an appearance this morning, and he said, according to Catherine Watson for CBS News, he said, "I know nothing. I just saw this morning that they did a raid." AP says the FBI is searching the Maryland home and Washington office of John Bolton, who served in President Trump's first administration as National Security Advisor, as part of an investigation into the handling of classified information. Bolton emerged as an outspoken critic of Trump after being fired in 2019 and feuded with the first Trump administration over a scathing book that he wrote documenting his time in the White House. He was not in custody and has not been charged with any crimes. AP says the searches are seemingly the most significant public step the Justice Department has taken against a perceived enemy of the president. AP says the searches are likely to elicit fresh alarm that the Trump administration is using its law enforcement powers to go after his foes. Speaking to reporters earlier today, during an unscheduled visit to the White House Historical Association, Trump said he had seen news coverage of Friday's searches and expected to be briefed about it, but also insisted, he said, he didn't want to know about it. He said, "I could know about it. I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, but I feel that it's better this way," he said, claiming he didn't know about it. Bolton was in his office building at the time of the searches. He was spotted Friday morning, says AP, standing in the lobby of his building, this building, where he keeps an office, and talking to two people with FBI visible on their vests. Bolton then left a few minutes later and appeared to have gone back upstairs in the building. Agents were seen taking bags into the office building through a back entrance. The Justice Department had no official comment, but leaders appeared to cryptically refer to the search of Bolton's home in a series of social media posts this morning, which we showed you earlier, where the Attorney General Pam Bondi said, "America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued always." Pam Bondi said that. And Kash Patel, director of the FBI, said, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission." AP says Bolton faced scrutiny during the first Trump administration for a book he wrote about his time in government that Trump officials argued disclosed classified information. This was a book quite critical of President Trump. The Justice Department in 2021 under Biden abandoned its lawsuit and dropped a separate grand jury investigation into Bolton, with Bolton's lawyer calling their effort to block the book politically motivated and illegitimate. CNN is reporting that investigation into whether the book included, whether Bolton released classified information in the book has been reopened. That's what CNN is reporting. Earlier this year, Trump revoked Bolton's security clearance and canceled his security detail. Oh, I have an update. The motorcade is leaving the Kennedy Center and heading back to the White House. So President Trump, I believe, just made some sort of appearance at he was just at the Kennedy Center. I don't know what he was doing there. I'm not aware that anyone covered that. But Trump is heading back to the White House now. So this report from the White House press pool from 6 minutes ago says, "We will provide update on president's announcement timing when available." So again, the president is heading back to the White House from the Kennedy Center, which is about 1.5 miles away. Yeah, Austin Batman, I don't know when he's going to be giving it. Will he do stuff? Will he do it right when he gets back to the White House, or will he do something else before? I don't know. I don't have any. I didn't have any video from the Kennedy Center. I'm not aware that anyone had video from the Kennedy Center. I haven't seen any reporting from what happened at the Kennedy Center. The White House pool didn't even say what happened at the Kennedy Center. Earlier today, the pool had said, Trump said earlier today that they were going to be fixing the Kennedy Center. Oh, so I guess maybe they were looking at the renovations. Earlier today, Trump said they're doing fixes at the Kennedy Center. He said he had all the marble people with him ahead of the stop at the Kennedy Center. Thanks to QBAT for messaging about this. So it sounds like maybe he was checking up on repairs there. I don't know. Bill D said he saw some footage at the Kennedy Center. Oh, maybe, you know what? One of our viewers, Eulemir, thinks the announcement will be about a deal with Canada on tariffs. It might be. I saw some reporting about that. Yeah, as I said before, I wouldn't assume it's some, earth-shaking thing. AP reports that Canada will drop retaliatory tariffs to match U.S. tariff exemptions for goods covered under USMCA Trade Pact. I mean, maybe it's something about Canada trade or something. I don't know. Either way, he might answer questions. Hey, thanks to Thomas G, our new member. Thanks, Thomas. Also, Crossed, our member. Big Dog Gaming over there on Twitch, thank you. CC143 on Twitch, thank you. JC Thunder K, thanks on Twitch for subscribing. Yes, we are going to cover Trump speaking. No, I don't know what it's about. The motorcade has arrived back at the White House. I can confirm he is back at the White House. That is from White House pool reporter Liam Quinn. So he is at the White House for whatever that's worth. Alert Page is reporting, who I follow, Alert Page, that there has been a tour bus in Pembroke, New York that rolled over. And on Interstate 90, and the entire highway is closed, and a mass casualty incident was declared, and numerous EMS units and 4 medevacs requested, possibly people trapped under the bus. Terrible. That's in Pembroke, New York. That's according to Alert Page. I just reposted their posts. I might have something, I might be able to get a scanner from there. See if I can pull it up here while we wait for Trump. Are we going to hear anything on the scanner? Let's see.
852 to dispatch. 852 82. Engine 81 852. 852. Is 81 good right here, or you want me to go up, turn around, and come back? You want to get in here, go ahead, coming out. Well, I'm on the other lane. Westbound lane I am. 852 to dispatch.
852.
Bring everybody, we got the lane shut down here. Bring any ambulances that are responding, they're coming from Pembroke. They can respond on the eastbound lane.
So we have the scanner about the bus accident in Pembroke, New York.
Copy. Both lanes of traffic shut down. Any remaining responding ambulances use the eastbound lane. You travel west in the eastbound lane from the Pembroke exit or entrance.
852 to dispatch.
GM3, fire dispatch on fire command. 852.
Okay, do we have a heavy rescue coming with airbags?
This is
Request out for Newstead. No information from the man.
this is in Western New York. Western New York.
Has John Batavia responded yet?
About
They're being
20
chased
miles
down
from
now.
Buffalo.
Correction, I didn't understand that last word.
20 miles east of Buffalo.
TS-37, go ahead.
Paged out now. They are not en route yet.
10-4. I need heavy rescue with airbags like yesterday. About 6 patients here that we need to get taken care of.
That's not good.
Copy. I have a page out for Town of Batavia now. Waiting on their response.
10-4. If we can't get Town of Batavia, blow out Bowmansville, please. Thank you. First, Portable 851.
254 en route. 403 over 9 eastbound.
The New York State Thruway Authority says
41
due
as
to
well.
a crash on I-90 eastbound,
And 41 on scene.
delays are expected. I-90 eastbound.
Number 59's responding with Rescue 60 responding momentarily.
Copy, Jim 1.
Still waiting for Trump to speak.
Can you put Leroy's Rescue, bring them to the Town of Batavia?
Copy. Leroy's Rescue to the town. And we just got a call back from MERS. They have a trauma doctor en route from ECMC.
Received. Also, if you can get a police escort for that heavy rescue, it'd be appreciated.
Alert page says what we just heard was that they were asking for airbags. Alert page says possibly 6 victims trapped under the bus.
Clear the scene, heading 19.
Eddie, Newstead is on their way with a heavy rescue. They do have airbags on that. I'm going to get Clarence out here also.
Thank you sevenfold for your
Clarence or
support.
Bowmansville, be nice. 851 to dispatch, you could hear that. They give us clearance for heavy rescue, and let's get Bowmansville out here also.
Clarence and Bowmansville to the scene. Copy.
One AP 4 lane, state cars will be cleared.
Waiting for Trump to speak from the White House.
Leroy here, heavy rescue requested to move out, fill in at the Town of Batavia Fire Hall for a possible future response to the thruway in Pembroke. Have it 1247.
Brittany Glazer,
Hammer Command, let's shut down, we're going to have to do it. Shut down westbound traffic. Shut them down and bring our heavy rescue in from the ones coming in from Erie County.
Alexander 9, go ahead.
GM3, fire dispatch. Fire command.
GM3, go ahead.
Can you give me a summary of EMS that's responding?
You have Medic 3, Medic 2, Advance 5, Mercy Squad 1. Also have requests out for Newstead, Akron, Wolcottsville, and 4 Mercy Flight helicopters.
Six oh five six three. Good to check eastbound.
Mercy.
The bus accident, you're listening to the scanner. It was a tour bus on the I-90.
Hammer Command to dispatch.
Eight five one nine.
Hammer Command to dispatch.
Go ahead, Command.
Okay, send me all four Mercy Flight helicopters. We're going to land them side by side on the median. They should be able to land with no problem.
4 helicopters landing.
Copy.
Four medical helicopters. As you just heard.
Mercy Medic 1 that fired dispatch. We are back in Virgin, back in service, Government Hospital.
Fine. Number 59 to command. Is it clear for us to come down the eastbound ramp in the wrong direction?
Wrecker's going in the wrong way. Traffic's been shut off at Clarence. I'm not sure if there's anything looming between you and the accident scene.
GM1 dispatch.
GM1.
Did you make sure there's 2 rotator heavy rescues coming, not just 1?
Copy a second. Receive. At 571 East Main, the Social Security. Receive.
Again, Pembroke is about 20 miles east of Buffalo. And this is on the I-90. I'm looking at Flight Radar 24. I don't see the helicopters on there. Doesn't mean they're not. Clearly, they said 4 helicopters are coming in.
I'm sorry, 1-8. Say again.
I'm possibly.
The door that leads to the upstairs apartments. Do you have any contact info to be able to get the code?
Yeah, I'm seeing on ADSB Exchange, you can see one of the, on ADSB Exchange, which is here, you can actually see one of the helicopters. So there's Buffalo here, and there's Pembroke, and this is the 90.
GM1 dispatch.
New York State Thruway. And then this helicopter is a Mercy flight.
GM4 is going to be the ground contact for Mercy flight on Ops 1.
Right there. So that's one of them.
Copy. GM4 is the ground contact. Just a reminder, there's 4 helicopters coming. They can make
Four,
sure
that might be another one. That's another one. That's a second one right there.
Also start Leroy's rescue this way. They're going to have to navigate their way over and then come westbound in because they're not going to be able to go or eastbound, west on the eastbound lane.
Both of these helicopters are Mercy flights, or
Leroy's rescue to the scene now, westbound and the
medical
eastbound
flights.
Team the scene.
East number 59 approaching. Wilkinsville, go ahead.
Wilkinsville's en route.
Copy 29R9 en route.
Your road, the CO met a man named James at an airport. Doesn't know how we got her number apparently. James has continued to contact her.
Oh, hold on. I got a camera at the White House. Hold on. Wait a second here. That is the White House.
Westbound lane in Pembroke. Respond emergency, and after the Pembroke exit, you need to approach westbound using the eastbound lane. Again, that's after the Pembroke exit, travel westbound and the eastbound lanes into the scene. It's Leroy 1254.
Hey, 5-1, you got a copy?
Yeah, M1, go ahead.
Year-old female fluid buildup. Orchard Manor side 1. 1254. Medina ambulance prayer 3.
Of the situation out here.
Hang on a second.
Notified via the request that were made with them.
Received. We have one record on locations as well.
Copy. Yeah, as well as on.
I don't know what Trump is going to speak about. I have no idea.
7 Josie.
24/7.
In service 1526 en route to the 90 accident in Pembroke.
24/7.
Medina 63 en route 1255.
I think they turned down the volume on the camera. No, they turned it up.
Advanced 8, good.
You can put advanced 8 in service.
Maybe there should be an RTS bus behind it. That's through the westbound lane.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I can see 3 of the helicopters on ADSB exchange. They said that they're going to have 4 helicopters landing near the accident, medical helicopters.
Yeah, it's approaching the scene from the Pembroke interchange. You can proceed west in the eastbound lane. West in the eastbound lane from the Pembroke interchange.
Actually, I can see all 4.
60 to command. We're approaching. Where would you like us?
60, this is 603. Pull up behind our engine here.
184. Why Godness, suspect on foot west on Main Street. Do not have a description at this time.
242 KBB 6242.
Time stop 1257.
One of our viewers said they could see the
Hatch.
medical helicopters
Median
on
is clear.
Flight Radar
Landing zone
24-2.
is clear. It's west of that overpass bridge all the way up to the accident scene. Troy personnel on scene helping me.
Copy. Landing zone secure median west of the overpass to the scene. You have 4 helicopters inbound.
4 helicopters coming
Copy
into
4.
land next to this tour bus accident.
066.
We got an update on bricks we were requested to see. We going to the scene or still in Batavia?
Yes, you were paged out to go to the scene. Respond emergency. When you get to the Pembroke exit, you need to be in the eastbound lane. You need to be traveling westbound in the eastbound lane from Pembroke.
066 copies. Emergency to the scene. Take the eastbound lane once we get to the Pembroke exit.
The bus rolled over, according to alert page. The bus rolled over.
G1 dispatch first, man.
GM1, go ahead.
You were going to getting 1 or 2 ambulances out of Wyoming and Niagara, Orleans, into Genesee County. We got a backfill as well as what we may need to the scene.
Seeing some unconfirmed reports that there are dozens of patients.
I currently have in service in this county Medic 1, Medic 7, Advanced 8, and BLS 6. All are available.
Medic 1, Medic 7, BLS 8, and what was the other one?
BLS 6 and Advanced 8. So 4 total units.
What just happened? Did FBI people walk out of there? What's going on here? What's happening here? What's happening here?
Staff this channel, please. Dispatch GM1.
I think some people walked out of...
GM1.
Sorry,
BLS
I'm now
6 is now
confused.
advanced level, Advanced 6. So you have Medic 1, Medic 7.
I think a couple
6,
people just
and
walked
Advanced
out of the Bolton office.
Receive.
But I don't know if those are FBI people or not. I didn't see them walk out
Do you need
initially.
any additional units from out of county? Or
And then the camera's looking at them.
Start.
So I don't know if that's law enforcement or not. But a couple people walked out of that office building where Bolton's office is, and the camera followed them. So, but I'm not sure if that's because they're law enforcement or not. It's a little confusing.
Yeah, they're going to be
I didn't
stationed at
see
the
the
county
front of
line.
their
We're still trying to
shirts.
get a patient call.
One.
That's the office building where Bolton's office is. So again, I'm sorry I missed that. I didn't see what they were wearing when they came out. Too much going on. That's the White House right there. That's a live shot of the White House for the camera waiting to go in the Oval Office. The bus
Just a heads up, they do have both directions of the throughway closed as well. You're going to have to have any transports towards Buffalo. You're going to have to find another way.
Okay, thank you.
The bus accident is clearly quite serious. Oh, for a second they lost the camera there. Hold on. Oh, there they get it back.
Eastbound lane, go west.
Oh, having an issue with the camera.
Just west of the thruway overpass, just before you get to the accident scene, there's room for 4 helicopters.
Good copy. Do you want us east or west of Mercy 8?
Which, where'd you see that?
You'll be east of Mercy 8. He's closest to the wreck.
Fire control, Mercy 6-2. Medina. Our patient's seizing now. Hopefully ALS is available.
But then I'm
I can see if Madonna Daniels can see too.
What? Now what am I hearing?
This is for like the fairgrounds area.
What am I hearing? Oh, here it is. They're going in the White House. Hold on. Wait. All right, look at the White House shot. I got to turn the scanner off. Well, I'm going to turn the scanner off in a second because you can see the camera's going in. All right, there's Trump. Hold on. We got to turn the scanner off. There is Trump. We're live. I don't know what he's going to talk about. I see J.D. Vance there. Maybe it's about the Kennedy Center. I don't know. J.D. Vance is there. I think that's Rick Grinnell.
Hey, Brian.
I might switch to
Thank you very much. We have a very big announcement to make today. You all know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of Italy, to be with us. And he just got off the plane. All know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of Italy, to be with us. And he just got off the plane, and he's a hardworking guy, does a phenomenal job with FIFA. Nobody like him. I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated competitions in all of sports, the 2026, and this is a big deal, I'll tell you, I was so happy to get it, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And it's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
Yeah.
On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so. But right here in Washington, D.C., it's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. There was a crime-infested rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them, too. And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13% because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police. And they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually, but they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place. And, Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that, too, actually.
Oh, yes.
But it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. No. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. And then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick, actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. The World Cup draw will set up the group stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across 16 North American cities from Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That will be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay?
Thank you.
But you could handle yourself.
I could.
Okay. Already FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home, and they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time, too. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right. Took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President.
Pretty good, sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center.
Yep.
And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking? Look, nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs. A lot of money. There's nothing like gold, and there's nothing like solid gold. But this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated and brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job. They sent it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the
sorry
vaults.
to interrupt. Just so you know, I just saw FBI, 1 or 2 FBI people, I believe it was, certainly at least one, come out of the building where John Bolton's office is and drive away. So I just wanted to keep you updated on that.
So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing, actually. Works very hard, and he's got the biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States. And we did a little for Canada. We did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada. See how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Vice President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup on the 5th of December here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp. It will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it, and it will determine, of course, the match schedule, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play. You said it, 104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. This is not just the biggest, the greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social event as well, with a lot of emotion. We are uniting the world, Mr. President, uniting the world here in America, and we are very proud of that. And those teams, those national teams who will come here to participate in this draw with their coaches, with their presidents, they will all be proud to be part of writing this history. And that's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina. And here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you. Well, you can keep
We're not
it
giving
the
it
World
back.
Cup.
We're not giving it back. That's serious. Oh,
It fits well.
That goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I
That's
think.
beautiful, yeah.
You can keep it until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say.
Absolutely.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So 6 billion viewers for the World Cup, 6 million coming to the matches, 30 billion economic impact, 185,000 jobs. This will be absolutely fantastic. The biggest event ever, and everything will start here in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center, or the Trump Kennedy Center. We'll see that how it will be called on the 5th of September at noon sharp. 5th of December, noon sharp. Then, if I may...
Will they be doing most of the draws, all of the draws at the Kennedy? How are you going to do that?
Yes, we'll do that at the Kennedy Center. We'll do all the other meetings around it with the coaches, with the broadcasters, with the sponsors, everything at the Kennedy Center. The whole World Cup starts, and everyone will be happy because everyone has qualified for the World Cup and they didn't yet play a game, so they didn't lose yet a game. So they all think they can become world champion, right?
They'll all be happy.
Exactly. Now,
by the way, an example, supposing we had a week ago when everybody was being killed and mugged and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
Oh, the crime was getting worse. I mean, I was robbed. It was getting way
went
worse.
after you. How did the other guy come out?
Well, he came out with my briefcase.
Yeah.
So, Robert 1, Brian 0.
No, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that they had a 20-year reduction of crime. It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you he wouldn't be here if those numbers continued. But now we have total safety. We have total security. And for the border, in 3 months, 0 people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts. 0 people came through our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it? 0. Last year we had millions of people coming in, and they came in from the wrong locations. They came in a lot of people that shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
But they're all full, the restaurants.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants aren't. The restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police. And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York. We're going to help with, and I think a lot of these people that you see on television, they're including the people in this audience. They'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, "Thank God he's here," because half of them got mugged, and they don't want to get mugged again. But they work for they work for stupid people that are radical left, and they're made to do things and say things that they don't want to be saying. But the people right here are all happy because you're not going to be mugged in Washington, D.C. anymore. I just want to say Johnny's been my friend for a long time. He's an incredible guy, and we will lay out the red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched has always worked out, and he's working with me on the Kennedy Center. And his very good friend was an actor on Broadway for 5 years, right? And I assume he's helping us a little bit, right?
Yes.
And Andrew, you're all excited about it?
Absolutely.
Would you like to say something?
This is a great opportunity, Mr. President, to show off the first 250 years of the United States of America, the greatness and then the hope and promise of the next 250 years. When you think this World Cup is going to be over our 250th birthday, Mr. President, your leadership, obviously, with FIFA leading the way, this is the largest sporting event in the history of the world under the Trump administration. So very exciting. I just want to say one thing. Andrew Giuliani, so his father is Rudy, the greatest mayor in the history of New York, I think by far. He took a ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months through Tulsi and through all of the people, Cash, everybody. They've proven your father 100% correct. His father was treated so unfairly. Your father has been 100% correct. And tell him we all love him, okay? Thank you, Mr. President. He's been amazing. What he had to go through was very, very unfair. Nasty. These are bad people. Mr. Vice President, would you like to say something?
Well, sure, Mr. President. Thank you, and thanks to Johnny for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup. Just to echo something the President said about crime in Washington, D.C., this is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world, and we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere, even in very, very poor regions of the world. Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen because we had broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the Resolute desk. What we have shown in just under 2 weeks of taking law enforcement seriously is that the American people can have their streets back if their leadership is willing to put in the time and the resources. Mr. President, you've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe streets again. We've just got to have the political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the President's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3% wreaks just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified, and I notice a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head, yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs, but it's true. It's amazing, and the police, and you look at the D.C. National Guard. I saw pictures of them last night getting off vans and all. And I saw some bad ones running, but they're not running so much anymore. They're not there. They're just not even. They're not even trying. You're totally safe. Now there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time. But this was every night would get reports of people being mugged and killed. There's one woman on television last night. She had a badly busted up nose, and she said, "Well, I like our streets the way they used to be," and she thinks it's going to happen like by doing nothing. And they say, "What happened to your nose?" She got slugged by a guy walking down the street. Slugged. Her nose will never be the same, I guarantee you, unless it takes a pretty good turn. She wasn't really for us. But she sort of said, well, maybe something has to happen. Before this happened to me, she got whacked. And I don't think she'll ever be the same. She almost became, she was a half a Trump fan, a woman that would have never been a Trump fan, but she was hit hard. It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen anymore. But then we're going to beautify the city too. That's where I was today at Kennedy Center. We're going to beautify the city like it has it. And we're working with Clark Construction, the biggest construction company in Chicago, and and Washington. And the head of Clark is great. He's all over the world, actually. But Washington, I would say, is their home. That's where they do the best work, the biggest work. And they're doing they've been doing a fantastic job. So you're going to have a fantastic, clean, beautiful place. It's going to be better than it ever was before, literally better than it ever was before. We'll get it done very quickly. And I want to thank Clark because they're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations, but they've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, one more thing, because as you rightly say, you know, with security and beautifying cities and the whole country, we want people to come.
By the way, they don't look like FBI, but they came out of the Bolton's office building. Are these people, is that law enforcement in the Bolton office building? Some people came out of the Bolton office building with boxes.
And we have the first ticket here for the final.
You can see the press is chasing them. I do not know if that was evidence from Bolton's office.
It's, of course, row 1, seat 1. It's ticket number 4547. And it's for the final in New York, New Jersey. That's great. So you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September, start getting your tickets.
That's beautiful, yeah.
6.5, 7 million tickets. Fans will enjoy the security here. Will be fantastic.
You're going to do record business, I think.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And, sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful. And what you're doing is transforming this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year, and I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected again. And a year ago, we had a dead country. I'm telling you, it was a dead country. It was a country that had lost its way. It was a country that was going to fail. Look, even today, where they say $4 trillion in reductions of deficits, and this was totally unexpected. They didn't expect it. I mean, I don't know where they've been, the people that do this stuff, but it's terrible. I want to thank Christy for another reason. I said to her 2 weeks ago, I said, Christy, do me a favor. I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to build. It wasn't my first choice. I wanted to do concrete plank and everything nice, but you wouldn't have been able to see through it. So I had Border Patrol in, and they tested everything else. And we gave them steel wall, high-grade steel, very hard to cut. Then we gave inside that is 9,000-pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big, fat piece of rebar. So you have all different materials that are very hard to cut, and you need different instruments to cut each one. And I said, Kristen, we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening. But I said, we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black, because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You could fry an egg on it. And if you got a good black, flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things, and she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Homan and the group. Tom Homan's a fantastic guy, what the job he does, and the way they work together. So I turned on last night and I see Christie's painting the wall. And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yes, it is.
It's hot. If it's white, it's not hot. If it's black, it's going to be very hard to climb that sucker. It's not going to be easy. But it's black and a high-quality black. You know, it really looked good.
Yeah, we got
Is
the
that going
paint
to be
you
a
told us
two-coat
to.
job or a one-coat?
No, just one coat.
One coat.
We used the paint you told me to buy.
Yep. The two-coat will take place in 3 years from now, right? We'll do the second coat. But it looks beautiful. But thank you very much. I didn't know you were listening to that, because we talked about 7 different subjects, and all of a sudden I see her out there painting with a lot of painters and everything else. But it was It was a beautiful thing to say. Would you like to say something? You've been such a big part of this. Please.
Well, just, Mr. President, we're delighted to be here today for this announcement, but we're also looking forward to having you at the final.
Oh, yes.
On July 19th in New York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
A lot of people.
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I may play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, we call it soccer, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son is a very good athlete, and he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. Yeah. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall.
That's pretty tall.
It's on the tall side.
He's good.
It's on the tall side, but he's good. But no, I may put on shorts. I'm extremely good in shorts and join the play. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners who want to come to attend the event are concerned about the visa situation. Can you reassure them?
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain that, Kristen?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world people know that the United States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
America welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can really, from the collaboration that we have, testify for that, absolutely.
And I was just sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly. He's been very respectful of me and of our country, but not so respectful of others. But I'm going to sign this for him, but I was sent one, and I thought you'd all like to see it. That's a man named Vladimir Putin, who I believe will be coming, depending on what happens. He may be coming, and he may not, depending on what happens. We have a lot of things happening over the next couple of weeks. So, but I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice of him. So that was very nice that it was sent to me. Okay?
Mr. President, on
yes.
that subject, have you talked to Vladimir Putin about the fact that yesterday a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine? What's your reaction to that?
I told him I'm not happy about it, and I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I said I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war. Nothing. Not happy at all. We'll see what happens. I think over the next 2 weeks we're going to find out which way it's going to go. And I better be very happy.
How long are you willing to wait, Mr. President? A very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Actually, Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an
Well,
agreement country?
I like them. You know, look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico have taken a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years. Especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. We're hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in. Because of tariffs and the incentives we give, it's coming back. And it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good person. And we had a very good talk yesterday, so I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns that you have?
I haven't spoken to Pam and the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do, I guess his house was raided today, but my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes. They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she said, she's very neat, you know, she's meticulous, and she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, you know, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, how long will you give Putin?
A couple of weeks. We're going to figure it out. We'll find it.
Do you think you'll have to intervene at some point?
Look, it takes two to tango. You understand that. I wanted to have a meeting with those two. I could have been at the meeting, but a lot of people think that nothing's going to come out of that meeting. You have to be there. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. But we're going to see. In the meantime, people continue to die. But I've solved 7 of them where they were in wars for 31, 35, and 37 years. We had 3 of them that were for more than 30 years, Johnny, and I got them solved. And we solved one that could have been a nuclear war with India and Pakistan. That was getting ready to be a nuclear war. I solved them all. And this one, I thought we would have had it done by now, but it's more different. There's a lot of anger, a lot of hatred. There's a tremendous amount of hatred there. So. But we'll see what happens. I think in 2 weeks we'll know which way I'm going. Because I'm going to go one way or the other. And they'll learn which way I'm going.
Mr. President, if I got 2 questions for you. One on FIFA, the other one on DC. Can you talk about the economic impact that FIFA will have in these cities, and what's your message to the mayors to get their cities prepared, not only the beautification process, but also the safety aspect?
Well, Los Angeles is an example. You know, it's poorly run. We have a mayor there that can't even get permits to the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit. Within 20 days, every single permit was there for the people to build their houses. But people are writing us and they're saying they won't give us. The mayor is incompetent. The governor is incompetent. You know, Gavin. I know Gavin very well. He's an incompetent guy with a good line of bullshit, and he doesn't get the job done. And frankly, those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it: the federal government that has the most complex part, and it's the most complex environmental thing to do. We got it. Everybody had it within 30 days. And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government. I used every one of them. I know more about low-income housing than probably almost anybody. And it's great. It's fine. It's wonderful. But you don't build it in Pacific Palisades. You don't build it there, and you don't build it in the other areas that burn down. So they're talking about putting up low-income housing. And you talk about riots. They're going to have riots if that happens because you're taking the people's property away. They want to build their houses, and they're unable to get permits from the mayor and from the governor. And that's a terrible thing. But and let me tell you, if I didn't send in the troops in Los Angeles, Johnny wouldn't be in Los Angeles. You wouldn't be having your World Cup there. I sent in the troops, and we kept it. And even the police commissioner, the sheriff, and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said, we could have never handled what was happening. You saw that. You were there. He said, we could have never handled what was happening. And then you hear Gavin Newsom. After it's all quelled, you hear Newsom get up and said, we could have done this by ourselves. No, they couldn't have. And if they could have, I wouldn't have taken the chance either.
Okay, my second question is on crime prevention. Would you be open to expanding the national concealed carry to apply to D.C. like it does in other states like Texas?
Yeah. Well, they have it in some states, and they feel strongly about it. As you know, I'm in favor of it. People have to protect themselves. I'm a Second Amendment person, very simply. People have to be able to protect themselves. Especially like in Washington, you walk down the street, a guy comes up and...
Guys, FBI coming out of Bolton's office. FBI is coming out of John Bolton's office building. See that? That's live right there. That's FBI agents coming out of the office building where John Bolton's office is. So sorry to cut in, but we have a live shot of FBI coming out of the building where John Bolton's office is. So I want to let you see that live.
Have you had any conversations?
Well, we have the audio from Trump on, but...
Which money?
The You said this morning that you're going to get $2 billion from Congress to help clean up
Yeah,
the city.
I've spoken to Mike Johnson. I've spoken
see
to
right here.
John Thune, the Senate, the House, and I think it's going to be very easy to get. It's going to be not a lot of money. I wouldn't even know where to spend the number that you mentioned, but it's going to be money to beautify the city. Yeah, they're ready. Everybody wants to save D.C. In one way, it's the easiest.
Like
the violence was more than any other city in the country, actually, by far. It may have been more than any other city in the world, if you could think. We looked at some of the worst cities in the world, it was worse. And that's why it angers me to see the mayor saying about how they have it on the slide. Not on the slide, it was worse than ever. Yeah, we have no problem getting that money. That money will come out of Congress. I think it'll be even bipartisan.
That is the plan.
I would imagine Democrats would vote for that one.
Is the plan to get it before the September 30 spending deadline on the Hill?
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency, which this was, that ends the deadline. So, I keep seeing about a 30-day deadline, of which we have 22 days left or something. But if I think we're in great shape here, that's one thing. But if I don't, I'm going to just say it's a national emergency. And if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops here as long as I want. If people are not going to want to have the troops in 30 days. It's one thing to get them out. It's another thing to keep them out for a long period of time. You've got to train people. You can't do this. You can't bop people over the head. And a lot of those people are in courts right now, going to court. They're going to go to jail for a long time. So that's going to take more than 30 days. But if I have to, I'll declare a national emergency, which I don't think I have to do. Yeah.
Mr. President, Ukraine and Russia, you said in 2 weeks you'll know whether you go.
Yeah, I think I'll know. I think I'll know the attitude of Russia and, frankly, of Ukraine. It takes two.
What are the 2 ways you can go at the end of 2 weeks then?
Well, then I'm going to make a decision as to what we do. And it's going to be a very important decision. And that's whether or not it's massive sanctions or massive tariffs or both. Or do we do nothing and say it's your fight? Look, I would have never been in this war if I were president. You wouldn't have had this war. It was never going to happen. This was caused by stupid people that fought. And people say, well, how do we know? Because for 4 years, it was never even a subject. And Vladimir knew, and you see his picture right here. It was nice that he sent, but Vladimir knew very strongly we wouldn't have stood for it. It wouldn't have happened. 100% wouldn't have happened. But it did happen. And now they're losing from 5 to 7 young kids. Think of it, you're a parent and your son is leaving. He's Russian or he's Ukrainian. And he's leaving and they're waving goodbye. Nice, beautiful kid. Nice crew cut, all set. He wants to be a soldier. And he goes there the first week, he has his head blown off. And he's no different than you people, me. And it doesn't matter where. I solved a problem in the Congo that was vicious. Rwanda and the Congo, the Republic of the Congo. And they were fighting for 31 years, and it was machetes. People were getting their heads chopped off. That was going on for 31 years. I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House, we signed an agreement. It was amazing. People can't believe we got it done. I love to stop killing. I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, oh, he'll get us into a war. No, I'm getting everybody else out of wars.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing if Putin doesn't come to the table for a ceasefire?
I'll see whose fault it is. If there are reasons why, I'll understand that. I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. That'll be interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting. But I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do. I have pretty good ideas.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
I'm in support of keeping it open.
If they want
innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. People, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. I mean, but I don't want to hurt Larry Summers, but he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. What we've done, including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that. And now you look at the stock market today. It's way up to start off with from where I took it. And this market was going to crash. If Joe Biden or Kamala were president, this market we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And we're going to blow it away this time. I was always good at making a lot of money. And whether it was for myself or whether it was, I like doing it this way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off. And the friends have been much worse than the foes for the most part. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great, people said they've never seen anything like it, where we had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has an agreement. But people aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this country is run by smart people now.
Mr. President, in Israel... Two questions. One is about Intel. There have been reports that you're considering taking a stake in Intel. Can you tell us
about the 10%?
About the 10%.
Yeah, I met a man. He was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because I saw something by a man named Tom Cotton, a senator from Arkansas. He's a great guy, friend of mine, supporter of mine, big supporter. I'm a supporter of his too. And he wrote a pretty nasty story about the head of Intel. And I said, well, if that's right, he should resign. And he came in, he saw me, we talked for a while. I liked him a lot. I thought he was very good. I thought he was somewhat a victim, but you know, nobody's a total victim, I guess. And I said, you know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel. And he said, I would consider that. I said, well, I'd like you to do that because Intel has been left behind, as you know, compared to Jensen and some of our friends, NVIDIA, some of the people, and the people in, because Intel should have never been. Intel was the biggest, most powerful chip company in the world. And then they started leaving. And they started going to foreign countries, in particular Taiwan. And if we had a president that would have said, okay, you can go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a 100% tariff or a 200 or a 300 or a 500% tariff, anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left. They would have never left, and we wouldn't have. So in the meantime, we had people that were, in some cases, good politicians that weren't good on trade. I loved that man, but he was not good on trade. I totally disagreed. He allowed the car industry to be taken out of this country. We lost 50% of our car industry. But that's all coming back. It's all coming back. But if somebody would have said that with Intel, would be a giant right now. Now, with that, they've had some bad management over the years, and they got lost. And I said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company. And they said, yes. That's about $10 billion. I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America. And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with Jensen. We have, it's NVIDIA. And to unrestrict the covenant, nothing to do with losing our powers or military or anything, because that I wouldn't do. But there are things you can do that don't affect us, that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a free out, a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a restrict to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate where I'll have a deal with somebody and I'll have them restrictive covenant. Then they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money. No different. But the country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
Mr. President, on DC crime, you said Chicago might be next. Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking to do that? Or what are other cities as well?
I haven't spoken to the mayor. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to the mayor. No. When we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago, just like we did D.C. Chicago is very dangerous, great place. I built great stuff there. I have the most beautiful building in Chicago, I think. But I hate to see what's happened to Chicago. Chicago was our greatest city, actually. Bob Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants and very successful Lowe's. He said Chicago, I think they had their main office in Chicago. He said Chicago and San Francisco, the two greatest cities in the world. Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up, too. We'll clean that one up, too. You know, if everything works out, and we've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats. We'd love you to come here, because they've lost control of their cities. I'm not going to say because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally. We'd love you to come here, because we'll straighten out the problem.
Mr. President, in Israel, the families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S. still
Well, not all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. You got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Lookner. But if it wasn't for me, you would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They come in groups of 10, 12, 13, and many of them, and I've gotten to know a lot of them. They're great people. What they had to go through is incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20 because a couple maybe aren't around any longer. It's a terrible thing. No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20, they're not going to make deals anymore. And they didn't. And then I put out a statement, as you know, there was a tough statement, go in and get them. And they said, we'll give you 10, we'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now immediately to give us another 10. The situation has to end. It's extortion and it has to end. And we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast and you did it. And people can't forget October 7th, remember that. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote, remember? I started off at 0, I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly. And you know, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, that's probably the end of their lives. So it's not easy to get. And I know if you're a parent, you just don't care. You want, I want my baby back. They want their babies back. They want their kids back. And I understand it. But I got them out and did a good job. And we're doing everything we can to get the hostages out. Thank you all very much. Yes?
So Jackson Hole, Jay Powell today said, he suggested that they might cut interest rates, but they have to proceed.
Well, we call him too late for a reason. He should have cut him a year ago. He's too late. You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today. I better be careful because I go out there and I'll see it's down 1,000, right? But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country is better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term, but this is going to be even better. But we rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that were so severely wounded with no legs, no arms, nobody ever mentions them except me. But that was the worst day, the most, it just showed how incompetent. Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that you might not have had the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, this is a time to invade. It's, this is a time. And then Biden made the statement, well, he can do a small incursion. When he said that, it was off to the races, right? When he said he can do a small incursion. Remember that? I was surprised he knew the word incursion. I didn't think he had that good of a vocabulary. I want to thank everybody. It's very important to me and to everybody up here, the World Cup. And Johnny has been so incredible. I mean, he's really a great leader. I mean, to think, I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he said, I'll come. And he flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in D.C. But he's a fantastic leader. And this will be your most successful World Cup ever. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Think America will win. Yeah, can we win it, Mr. President?
I don't know. That's I watch some of those teams go around. They go down that field. I don't know. But let me ask you: what chance does America have of winning?
Well, the home team always has a good chance to win. It depends
he's
how
a
it
good
starts.
diplomat.
But it has some good players.
We have a shot.
Of course, you have a chance.
Will Bear be going to any of the games, Mr. President?
I'd love to have him. He'd love to. He's very tall. Maybe we can make him a goalie. Right? The goalies are very tall now, right?
Yeah, goalies are very tall.
The goalies, well, he'd be a perfect goalie.
100%.
At his height, he'll be a great goalie.
Exactly.
So we'll put him on the American team.
No,
but do the Americans have a chance of getting into the quarterfinals?
Yes,
right?
definitely. No, the quarterfinal definitely. But then, as the tournament goes on with the public, 250 years of United States. Let's not forget, they will all feel energized about that.
It's amazing. The talent is really great when you watch these things. I went to the game 2 weeks ago, and it was a big upset. But you look at these people; the way they pass it. It's amazing, really amazing. It's a great art, right? It's a great talent.
It is incredible.
You know the expression. What?
When you draw the names, the masters,
I don't know. He's the boss.
That's an interesting proposal.
He's the boss.
We'll discuss that.
It's going to be great. And I think the American team is going to do well. I mean, I hear it's a very good team. Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You keep a lot of those photos. Thank you.
No, I just got one.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that was President Trump, and then this is the office building with John Bolton's office, where we did see some FBI come out of there while President Trump was speaking. Okay. And then he talked about all kinds of things, but President Trump did say, he reiterated what he said this morning, which he said he did not know that the FBI was going to raid the home and office of John Bolton. And he said his house was raided also. Also, I was going to check in on, there was a terrible bus accident where a bus rolled over in western New York. And we were listening to the scanner before. One report I saw said 52 patients. I don't know if that's...
Affirm. Inbound with 2 buses and a escort vehicle there's behind.
So this is the scanner with the bus information.
Copy. I believe we have CHS 6059 and 6149. They are the only 2 we have at this point.
Okay, you've got comms with them then?
Just via phone with their dispatch center.
Receive.
So I wanted to update you. Hold on.
One is in 24.
Sorry for that.
24 en route. 413 West. 4.
You can put town of Batavia back in service. No patient contact refusals.
And let me see if I can get you any update about that. I had a couple other things I wanted to mention too. There was the IDF says a missile was launched from Yemen.
BLS-4 is clearing. They're reporting no patient contact. All parties refuse any treatment.
That happens once in a while.
Copy. We'll let the
fairly
city
regularly.
continue to see if they need any cleanup there.
The IDF says a missile was launched at Israel from Yemen.
Engine 12, copy.
Copied on location, and we should be all set here.
12 on scene. All set there.
2-2, that's going to be packed. You're probably going to have to go on like you're going westbound and then try to merge somewhere up further.
You can take that eastbound ramp.
43-GS52 draft.
I was trying to give you guys an update on the details of the bus crash. It's about 20-25 miles east of Buffalo. And certainly there are people injured because we heard that on the scanner earlier. I don't know the full nature of everybody's injuries. According to there's an AP story on this I can show you.
BLS 4 is sitting center. BLS 10 is heading west.
If I can find it here. Do they have it here?
Go for one. Last patient's coming out of the bus.
They said last patient's coming out of the bus.
Will also be flown.
And then will also be flown.
Copy. Last patient out will be flown.
Last patient out of the bus will be
After
flown.
that, we'll be initiating the lifting operation, and there's 5 more subjects that will need to be evaluated.
Okay, so they're going to have to lift the bus, which is rolled over. There's 5 more subjects that will need to be evaluated. I assume that doesn't mean there's people still under the bus.
Yeah, head over there in a minute, just make a notification.
Received 14.
Hang on. Yeah, Associated Press reported that Mercy Flight Air Medical Transport Service said that I guess 6 helicopters are being used. 3 helicopters transporting patients. 3 other helicopters were being called. So that sounds like, from the AP report, it says 6 medical helicopters as well as ambulances transporting patients. The bus rolled over on its side. I put in the chat some pictures of the bus on its side. I'll throw that link again in the chat.
Walk-in complaint from 159 Summit to your station. Copy.
Cheers, Jesse.
Owner requested that it not be paresis.
WIVB says this was a bus and a semi-truck which crashed. A bus and a semi-truck.
Subaru bus.
That's according to That's according to what did I say? VIB.
11, you got DMs responding.
PM1, go ahead.
Just keep you advised, 18 have been transported from the scene.
18 have been transported, they just said. Did you hear that? They said 18 have been transported. That's just what I heard right now. Thank you to Scoosebird. I appreciate your support, Scoosebird. I hope people are okay. I mean, clearly people are all not okay, but my thoughts with everybody who was on that bus and in the truck. But I think we just heard that 18 had been transported, if I heard that correctly. By the way, I owe a couple people thank yous. Susan Mann, Carol O. Thank you, Carol O. Red Squirrel 82. Fox 250R. Obsidian Moon Samantha.
GM3, GM1.
Mitchell Pilot 909. Red Squirrel 82. Mr. Hammond. Ruben Peters Fumo. CJ Breaks Things.
Do we have a refreshment station anywhere for firefighters?
The Moon.
Yeah, it's Newstead 8. It's behind my vehicle in the median. And we've got more stuff coming. They can rehab there.
The Moon and Mojo and the Rising. Thanks for your support. Also,
24-3.
Larry Picklejar.
I got a New York client ID. It's going to be the operator of the bus. It's going to be 917-622-6802.
Hold on.
Oh, correction, that was the phone number.
The
783-116.
Thanks to also Hot Richard and Larry Picklejar. So again, from what we heard on the scanner, they said 18 people transported from the scene of the bus crash.
GM4 dispatch, Mercy Flight 6, airborne en route to ECMC.
Mercy Flight 6. So from what I saw reported, there were 6 different helicopter flights that took people away.
I have 3 helicopters staging at the scene.
Well, I don't know if all of them have flown away. He said 3 staging at the scene. So I don't know exactly how many have been there.
3 helicopters on.
I think 8 is back.
Copy that.
There have clearly been a number of helicopters being used.
We're making service.
Again, that's a bus rollover crash. That there was a crash between a bus and a semi-truck in Pembroke, New York, and Western New York, and numerous people injured. They did say 18 transported on the scanner, and it sounded like a number of very seriously injured because a number have been transported by helicopters. Oh, and we did see, maybe I can replay it for you. We did see law enforcement while President Trump was answering questions. We saw law enforcement, some FBI coming out of this building. So maybe I can just show you that again. We saw law enforcement, some FBI. Sorry, you were hearing 2 of me. Right? Where was this? I have to pull it up here. I have to find where it was. There, was that right there? No, that was other people. It was after that. There, I got it. Here is footage of FBI people, FBI agents, it looks like, walking out of the office building a short while ago. This was a few minutes ago. This is not live. Right here, coming up. You'll see it right now. See the FBI agents walking out of that office building? Some carrying bags and some broken down boxes and bags. Then they got into that car and they left.
Inquiring if they're going to be needed for any spill out.
Also, I think.
Genesee to GS 35. You all set out there?
We're pretty gridlocked, but we're doing the best we can.
Genesee GS 8, do you need any?
Sherry thinks that at least 10 people have been life flighted out. Maybe that's true. I don't have a firm number on how many people have been life flighted away from this accident. Anyway, so that was the that was FBI from a short while ago leaving, some of them at least, leaving the office building. Thank you to the one Catus on Twitch. Oh, Kristen Welker from NBC says Vice President J.D. Vance said regarding the raid of John Bolton's home and office, J.D. Vance said that the administration is in the very early stages of an ongoing investigation. Oh, Philip Nito. So we had cameras before from the house, but we don't anymore. Philip Nito, who is at the house, who's a reporter with Daily Mail, says after 7 hours, a few FBI agents departed Bolton's house without carrying any boxes. Other agents still remain inside the house. So there are FBI agents still inside his house. And this after 7 hours. We had hours of footage from there, and then the cameras ended. But at least the cameras I had access to. And then, but there still are FBI agents at the house.
Everyone go come in. Go ahead. The last victim is out. That's it this time.
Oh, I also have another update for you.
I'll let you know post up.
Something else that happened while President Trump was speaking that I heard about.
One two nine as well. 129. In Williamston, Albion car. Downs South Main Street, room number 1. See Ashley Snitzel, her daughter Emma Snitzel, age 16. Off from the room.
The Washington Post reports that Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, has fired the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. The Defense Intelligence Agency is the intelligence agency within the Department of Defense.
Eastern is en route to United.
It's an intelligence agency and combat support agency of the United States Department of Defense. So the Washington Post says Pete Hegseth has fired the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And they say that he is the latest senior military or intelligence officer to lose his position in a wider purge of National Security Agency's top ranks. The people who the Washington Post talked to about this did not immediately cite a reason for the dismissal other than, quote, loss of confidence, a catch-all term Hegseth has used to justify the sacking of other senior military officers this year. The firing of the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency follows a preliminary assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency of the military strikes on Iran's 3 main nuclear sites in June. That assessment prompted vicious backlash from the Trump administration after the assessment was first reported by CNN and the New York Times. The preliminary report by the DIA assessed that Iran's nuclear capabilities had been set back only a matter of months, in contrast to Hegseth's and President Trump's statements that the capabilities had been obliterated. Since entering office, Hegseth has fired a slate of America's most senior military officers, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles C.Q. Brown, Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, Coast Guard Commandant Linda Fagan, and Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, General James Slife. Also, the Air Force Chief of Staff announced he would step down in November after being asked to retire last week and forced out of his position. The Trump administration has simultaneously purged a number of spy agency heads whose roles, like the military's, are supposed to be apolitical, according to the Washington Post. In April, Trump fired the head of the powerful National Security Agency and his deputy. Again, according to the Washington Post, Pete Hegseth has fired the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, whose name is Jeffrey Cruz.
Falls Fire Station 1415.
I'm not hearing much on this scanner anymore, so I'll let you know if I hear anything more about the bus incident. I mean, clearly there's a number of injuries.
We have for in-service ambulances in the county.
I don't have an exact number. I mean, earlier they said 18 had been transported.
And then did the volunteer ambulances crew up?
Apologies. We got also Leroy Medic 1 that's in service. I'll start over. Leroy Medic 1, BLS 4, BLS 10. You have Monroe CHS ambulances at the Fire Training Center. And three from Niagara and Darien Lake.
Copy all that.
Dispatch GM1.
GM1. And Mercy Flight advises they have 2 helicopters that can return to the scene if needed. If you could find out. Vehicle fire, 653 Main Road, between Lake Road and Main Street. 2 airborne. Receive. They'll be on the way.
Number an additional call in your jurisdiction, portable vehicle fire, 653 Main Road between Lake and Back Street. Time is 14.
Governor Hochul said of New York said she's been briefed on the tragic tour bus accident.
For a living. At this point, I don't have any fill-ins for the fire side of things. We've got a vehicle fire in Pembroke. They have a preference on who covers that.
Let's get Akron on that call.
Copy, Akron.
Indian Falls Base number command.
Oh, what happened to that
5-1,
shot?
go ahead.
Did we lose that shot?
We're going to have A2 roll into that fire. That's clear, thank you. Copy.
Hold on.
Known as Akron.
Hang on.
183 Airlines.
23.
Receive.
Glenn.
Indian Falls A2 responding to the truck fire on Main.
GM1 dispatch. GM1, go ahead.
If Akron can stay in service to help out, but Pembroke A2 is going to cover that vehicle fire.
Copy. Pembroke A2 clearing en route to the vehicle fire, 653 Main Road. We'll keep Pembroke or Akron available.
Do we need to stop sending traffic westbound on Route 5? We're diverting heavy traffic that way.
We'll check with them.
All right, guys, look, I need, I think, to take a break because I haven't eaten. We've been on for a while today covering various stories. I don't have, I don't have some, there has not been an official announcement that I've seen about the bus crash, so I can't give you numbers there. If I had them, I'd give them to you. But it certainly sounds like a very serious accident. I'm sure there will be some official stuff coming out about that later. I don't know if the FBI is still in Bolton's office. Last I heard, they were still at his home after 7 hours. So we covered that for hours earlier on the stream. Again, John Bolton was the former national security advisor of Trump, who has become a public critic of Trump, frequently speaking out against him in public, for example, on TV interviews. So there is debate over whether this is some sort of looks like that stream went away. There's debate over whether this might be some sort of targeted law enforcement operation against a Trump critic or just something that would have been carried out anyway, even if he weren't a Trump critic. So, yeah, I think we're going to start wrapping up our coverage. Just I need to take a break and eat something. If you missed it, we spent we had for several hours we were covering that. We showed you footage of what was going on at the Bolton's house, with FBI bringing in boxes, for example, to the house. But they're still there. I don't have a live shot right now of the house I can show you. So that I have the rights to, that I can show you. I don't think. Let me double check here. No, not that I have the rights to. So what was Trump's announcement? I think it was something about FIFA, about the World Cup. But he ended up just answering a lot of questions. So I don't remember what the specific. I don't even remember what the specific announcement was. Anyways, look, if there's some big news later, we can always do another stream today. But I think for now I'm going to wrap up this stream. And again, nothing's stopping us from doing another stream later in the day if there's big news. So I really do appreciate people tuning in, and I will post updates on this on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news @Lookner. Yeah, I mean, we don't have an official statement from Bolton yet. President Trump says he wasn't aware that this was happening, this raid. Was that true? I have no idea. There hasn't been an official statement from the Department of Justice or the FBI on this. Is there going to be some press conference today about this? I've heard nothing about that. I haven't heard any announcement of some press conference about the Bolton raid. So, you know, I'm sure there'll be more coming out about that. Oh, and regarding the missile fired by Yemen at Israel, from Yemen at Israel, the IDF says a missile was launched from Yemen toward central Israel. Attempts were made to intercept the missile. The results of the interception are under review. Daphne Lyle, who's a reporter I follow who covers Israel, on Telegram, she said the missile disintegrated in the air. Reports of shrapnel falling on a house in Moshav Glinton, no injuries. So that's the latest I have on that. By the way, thanks to Udia for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Udia. And also Lucia Harizo. Thanks, Lucia. Yeah, I haven't really been covering that story, Lucia. She mentioned how the parents of a missing 7-year-old California boy were arrested on murder charges. So that's just, I don't want to. That happened. His name Emmanuel Harrow. But we're gonna wrap up this stream right now. I don't want to get off on that because that's a whole other thing. So, but yes, that happened. So, but I need to take a break. So that's a sad story in itself. Oh. AZ Intel said they heard that officials report multiple fatalities after the tour bus, according to an online dispatcher. That's what AZ Intel said. They might have just said it on the scanner. I don't know. We don't have an official update about the number of injured and maybe killed in that accident.
That's negative. Issues on our way to Indian Falls for the BLS ambulance.
Yes, one of the streams we used today was an AP stream.
Jackson County. Out of service for leads.
Yeah, so again, I'm sorry I don't have something more official on the bus crash. We don't have, there's been no official announcement about, you know, here's what happened and here's how many people have been hurt, maybe killed. I'm not sure. But it's not good. Anyways, so my thoughts to everybody involved in that incident. That's not good. All right, let's start wrapping. We're going to start wrapping up this stream. If you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And Hold on a second here. Oh, by the way, Fox News said FBI agents removed some boxes from the Bolton house. Again, I don't have a live shot of that I can show you right now, of the house. We were looking at the house before.
Fire Dispatch Mercy Squad 3.
But, no, Bolton has not commented in any kind of big way.
Service headed towards Alba. Cover.
There's been no official statement from Bolton. Again, AZ Intel heard online dispatchers say there were multiple fatalities in this accident, in the bus accident. That's not confirmed. I will post updates on my X account at Lookner about various stories, and also I would suggest turning on the notifications for the channel. By the way, I am looking at a shot from Bolton's house, which I don't have the rights to, but there are cars leaving. Some cars left the house.
28-year-old female complaining of leg.
Let me turn that off. So I just saw what looked like two FBI cars leave Bolton's house. Now another one appears to be leaving, and there's one left in the driveway. So it looks like they may be wrapping up the thing. Now the other car is leaving. Again, I don't have the rights to this shot, but all four cars that were in the driveway of John Bolton's house, which I believe were all FBI cars, they just left right now. I'm watching the last one drive off right now. So it looks to me like maybe the FBI is done at John Bolton's house. I don't know that for sure. But the cars in the driveway all just left. Just saw it right now. I'm sorry I didn't have a video of that for you, but reportedly, it is an investigation into handling of classified material. According to CNN, it is part of a renewed investigation into whether Bolton disclosed classified info in his 2020 book. Gaming with Jason thinks they're taking a break and they'll be back soon. Maybe they are. That I do not know. Anyways, look, we have a note. I would suggest turning on your notifications for the channel. Turn it on whatever platform you watch on, but we have our own notification system that sometimes the platform notifications are a bit not great or are inconsistent. So I would say subscribe to our free notifications, which we do through Discord. It looks like there's one car still at Bolton's house. I don't know if it... Hold on. Bolton just went inside his house. I'm not kidding you. Again, I don't have the rights to the shot. Literally right now, a car pulled up to Bolton's house, and he just got out, and he waved, and he walked in. So Bolton is back at his house. It looks to me like what happened is the FBI left, and like a minute after they left, he went in his house. So again, I saw all the cars in the driveway appear to leave, and then another car, I think it was another car, pull in, and Bolton got out, and he just walked from his driveway to the front walk. He waved, and then he went in. So Bolton is back home. Maybe he knew that they told him we're leaving now, and I assume they're not there anymore. That'd be my assumption. But again, this just happened. I don't have the rights to the footage, so I'm sorry I couldn't show it to you. But that I had a camera up here that I was looking at, and I just saw it. So Bolton just got back. That feed I don't even have the option to buy. It's just a local feed that I don't even have the option to buy. But yeah, so Bolton is back at home. He just got home. So Mama says, sounds like they cleared the scene. Well, for those of you who stuck around, at least we get you a little closure. But again, John Bolton just got home, and it looked like he got home right after the FBI left. So there you go. Okay, let's see here. Anyways, turn on the notifications. We have free notifications. They work great. You sign up once and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. That way you know when we're going on the air. You don't miss a stream. Who knows? Maybe we'll stream later today. Oh, hold on. The New York Police. I have an update about the bus. Multiple fatalities and entrapments. Hang on. I'm seeing this right now. Hold on a second here. I am seeing this right now. Sorry, it just popped on the TV that there was a press conference going on, which I can't, again, I don't have the rights to the video, but CNN was reporting that multiple fatalities. Let's see if I can just listen to it. Yes, hold on 1 second here. Hold on. They said, oh, it happened moments ago. I guess they got some video that they recorded, CNN, of a trooper saying something. Multiple fatalities and entrapments. Hang on a moment. Hang on. I'm going to tell you what the police said. Vehicle collision. A tour bus going back to New York City. Hold on. No, we're not doing a new stream. A tour bus from Niagara Falls back to New York City. About 50 plus people on it. They say for unknown reasons, the bus went into the median, overcorrected, and ended up in a ditch on the side of the roadway. Multiple fatalities, entrapments, and injuries. A lot of different injuries. They don't have a total tally of people at this time, okay? Hang on 1 second. Hold on 1 moment. Yeah, they said multiple people were ejected from the bus. Multiple people were entrapped. I guess it sounds like they're not sure exactly how many people were on the bus. I don't know if there still could be people under the bus. I'm a little confused about that. Yeah, multiple. This was a bus going from a tour bus going from Niagara Falls to New York City. The bus lost control. It went into the median, overcorrected, and then ended up on a ditch on the side of the road. Okay? You know, Betty Swain says on the scanner it said the last patient was out. Right, they said the last patient was out of the bus. I don't know for sure. It didn't sound like it to me, but I don't know for sure. Maybe they hadn't lifted the bus up yet, so I don't know if are they sure there's nobody under the bus. I do not know. But this was a tour bus. By the way, we were right about, so the FBI has left the house. According to Ken Delaney of NBC, NBC News, MSNBC, FBI agents left Bolton's house with boxes of material. And as I mentioned, after those agents left, soon after, Bolton came up in the driveway, a car, he got out, and he waved and he went inside. So Bolton is in his house. Oh, and I will post a video in the chat that you can see of Bolton walking into his house. I just posted it in the chat. No, I don't have a live video I have the rights to right now of the house, so I can't show you that right now. We had hours of it earlier, but I don't have it right now. Another update here. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been released from criminal custody. And he is on his way to Maryland, where he may be taken into custody again. No, I don't know. ABC News says once he's released, immigration authorities will not be allowed to detain him. Anyways, now I believe he is still facing deportation or charges. No, he's still facing charges. I believe. Yes, he's still facing criminal charges. But again, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, according to ABC News, has been released from criminal custody from Tennessee and is on his way to Maryland. I'm a little confused on all the specifics of that case right now. I have to read up on it. Yes, AP says Abrego Garcia's liberty before trial could be short-lived. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement may detain him once he arrives in Maryland and could try to deport him again. That's according to Associated Press. Abrego Garcia was wrongfully deported to a notorious El Salvador prison in March, making him a face, if not the face, of President Trump's hardline immigration policies. He's awaiting trial on federal human smuggling charges. All right. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that. Oh my gosh! I got to eat something. It's busy. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports, guys. CNN Kristen Holmes reports that The Justice Department is planning to publicly release a transcript of the Ghislaine Maxwell interview with Todd Blanche. Remember when Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, had 2 days of talks with Ghislaine Maxwell? CNN is reporting via Kristen Holmes, the Justice Department is planning to publicly release a transcript, possibly as early as Friday afternoon. As this afternoon, they might release it. I got to get off the air so I can eat in case I have to get back on the air. I'm sorry, I got to get off. I got to get off. We don't know what was found in the raids today. No, we have no idea. All right, I'm finishing this. I got to eat something. We've been on for a while. I have to eat in case I have to run back on the air. Anyways, thank you to all of our moderators. Janet B, too much going on. Janet B, thank you. And all of our YouTube moderators. Over on Twitch, 13 Alamo, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Thank you so much, moderators. I really appreciate it. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you very much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, thank you. I appreciate everybody watching. Thanks so much for tuning in and for sending me updates and for letting me read your comments. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is super nice of you guys. Did I thank everybody? I hope I did. Sean, our member, Mike, our new member, I think I owe them thank yous. And Big Dog Gaming over there on Twitch, and Frickolo, and the one Katis. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks so much for your support, allowing this channel to exist. Oh, and also Dorothy Miller. Hey, that's super nice of you, very generous of you, Dorothy Miller. Thank you. Very kind of you. I just saw that right now. Thank you. I'll put it towards the AP video, Dorothy. Brandy Stiegel, thanks so much, Brandy, for your support as well. Hey, again, I got to get off because we may have to get on the air, so I got to eat something. Anyways, hey, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV on X. That's another good way to find out. Oops, that's something. I get that off the. Why is that still on the screen? There you go. At Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there as well. Also, we have a chat. YouTube. We have an online chat, Discord chat. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that, where you can chat with other viewers. Check it out. It's the same link as to sign up for the free notifications. So check out our chat. Thanks to our Discord moderators too, and I really appreciate it. And also thanks to all of our subscribers over there on Twitch who subscribe and support the channel, like Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street and Shaggy, Notorious Rob, CC, and Jax Haku, McBritches, and Honey Bunch of Slugs, and Golden Tarkus, Douthis, CC, Artful Nothing, thank you. On all of our other Twitch subscribers, thanks so much. Our Facebook subscribers, like Chuck Mosca, and Sharon Klassen Goslin, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Diane Allworth, all of our other, Robert Rial II. Thank you to all of our other Facebook subscribers too. I really appreciate your support. And our YouTube members, Crypto King Turned Off, Mr. Worldwide, Eddie C, Susan Mann, Chaz Martin, Benny Hill, Evelyn in Maine, Udia, The Lucky Minute, Gemini Rose, Wickedest Witch, Red Girl, Pat W, Tallulah A. Bell, Lisa Seckler, Thyga Spice, LDM, JD63, Big Sky, Kelly Smith, Babs, and all of our other YouTube members, Roger Shoemaker and others. Okay, so I appreciate you being with us. Again, let me just take a break and eat something in case we have to come back on the air. We may have to. There may be a Ghislaine Maxwell transcript released today. So we have to keep an eye on that too. And again, condolences to the... hold on a second. Guys, update for you. ABC News, Catherine Folders reports from ABC News ABC News is reporting Ghislaine Maxwell provided no incriminating information during meetings with the Deputy Attorney General on high-profile individuals who interacted with Epstein. Again, ABC News is reporting Ghislaine Maxwell provided no incriminating information during meetings with Deputy Attorney General on high-profile individuals who interacted with Jeffrey Epstein. That's what ABC News is reporting. Anyways. All right, I'm getting off the air. Who knows, maybe we'll do another stream. I'm going to eat something real quick. But I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream. Again, thoughts with all the people impacted and condolences to the victims, the families of those victims in that terrible bus crash in New York. So that is it for right now. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.